Hey everyone. Rolled out of bed a little late today. Happens. That was way louder, Mary, than I thought. The volume for you guys was different than the volume for me guys. Me guys. Oh, the me guys. Yeah. Enough caffeine and I'll be good to go. Yes. Just have to do all the usual shenanigan things. Shouldn't take too incredibly long. Well, as long as YouTube cooperates. I think today's plan is honestly more the same. I just keep working on these levels. I mean, continuous improvements, though I might have some areas that are a little more, a little less, actually, a little more or less, have a little less stuff in them. So I was watching Ariadne last night, I'm sorry, Ariadne, and it was a Studio Ghibli film about tiny people living in a house, essentially. And, they really hammered home how tiny they were. They spent a lot of time just kind of keeping it real simple, and that was interesting to watch, for certain. I kind of feel like maybe I'm rushing people a lot. Ah, yes, you can tell when Kick, no, I'm in the back end of Kick because they don't default to muted. I don't know why they don't default to muted. It's so bizarre. You'd think they would. And maybe one day they'll catch up with Twitch and making that the default, huh? Probably. And then what's any more thing? I hate all the little song and dance things they make me do. At YouTube, where it's like, oh, by the way, you gotta thumbs up your own video because it counts and something. I'm like, okay. I still don't think that should count. You shouldn't be able to thumbs up your own stuff. Or maybe I just don't want to have to thumbs up my own video every single time. What? It does count. Stupid as that is, it counts. Ah. Sure, everything I need. Everything is. Did I start social stream too late there? 1 second. One of them did not show. Test. They're working now. Good. Thought one of the chats wasn't working. I need to get back to having a shorts version too. More YouTube song and dance. I was experimenting a little bit last night with having actor components, like an AC interactable thingy. The problem is because I've got like a parent system set up, parent-child system, there's not a lot of value in actor components because it's already handing down everything anyway. The only time an actor component has value is when it's the same code across different types of things that aren't in any kind of parent-child relationship. That doesn't happen very often, and most of the code would have to be, it has to be the same code. It can't just be similar code. So I found like maybe one thing I could do for the interactable stuff where it displays like an indicator on them. That's kind of about it. Like, there's almost nowhere else I can even do that. So I don't know. I mean, there's so many ways to do things in Unreal Engine. I was just like, is there a way to make this actually valuable? And I've kind of found that not a lot. Kind of feel like I should do coding today or something. I haven't done a lot of coding lately. I guess that doesn't have an interaction option. These do. But basically it's this outline code, and then there's like these two functions here don't have to, like, I can just use this interactive widget here. Oh, it does. It's AC interactable. Not like the most valuable thing. I mean, in the future, I won't have to use this outline thing on everything. I could just toss this interactable on here. And as long as I use the same render target, then I'm good. And the render target on this one is on the begin focus, on focus thing. Actually, it's mesh door cabinet left, sure. So I just do this here. And I guess there could be a room located. I don't think there's actually a room located on this, but maybe there is. I don't actually use this particular information on a lot of these things. It's just I started putting on all of them just in case I. Well, I don't use it on this particular thing. I started using it on all of them, but it's more for one particular thing where I found it useful. I also made the light one a little better, the AC light thing. But again, it just kind of does the room located in stuff for the children of it, which does save me, you know, having to do code, but the level of amount it saves feels almost not worth. Almost. But it does make it easier to remind myself what I have to do on these things. I don't have to do quite as much, you know? And then I just have to replace this on focus here. So I do all these things, and I just call the on focus on here when this would run there, and then I don't have to deal with all this extra crap code here, or 2 additional functions. At the price of basically having to add this, tell it to use the widget of my choice as far as what the indicator is, and then setting up the information for the collectible thing. So it's, you know, again, debatable how useful that is. But I started realizing I could do that, and so it does save on 3 functions, I guess. Sadly, the on-interact portion of it I can't duplicate because it's not the same on all of them. What they do when you interact with them is completely different. So it's like, cool, but, you know, there's your indicator. That's helpful. I mean, it does... I don't know. I think as I get more knowledgeable about them, it'll probably be a little better. My curious coding, if you will. They're all like crap open. I don't care about any of those. Yeah, you get stuff like this on interact stuff, and it's like, I was debating on a way to make it where I could make use of some of this, but you can't put a timeline on there. If you could, that would be handy. But overall, it's not that great. I'd like to push more code there, push all the code that way. But again, like, they already have a parent-child setup, so they inherit all the code they need. Or I just put children on there that have the code as is. And perhaps that's more useful instead of having some crappy actor component you just attach a child to them, because the child can have everything, whereas the actor component is such a limited piece of crap. They're almost not useful. At least so far in my experience. Child components are incredibly useful, but like level up traversables on here and are like that, and you know, the toilet seat and these things are, of course, you know, the same. That they're children, so they can just do things, but then I can get rid of this crappy outline code on everything if I want, so that's kind of nice. So it's borderline not useful. Actually, I could probably call either of those. It doesn't really matter which one I call, because quite simply they'll both go to the same location anyway. Right, you can't actually put this as a variable, the render target, that you can't use a primitive if something else as a variable on there. It doesn't work. Like, the actor component can't use it like that. So it's a little weird. I don't actually have a room located on these because there's nothing involved with the rooms located, so I don't care. And I get rid of that. Every time I go to set this up, it's a little obnoxious to remind myself some of these things, so it does save having to do this later. I don't want to have to always remember. And I'm sure eventually I'll find a way to make these more useful, probably. Because I wish I could make this useful. But without the ability to put a timeline on it, we'd have to have replacement code for these things, and then I've already got this things that there, so I could do those, but some of them are much more complicated than that, so it's like, I don't know. I'm too lazy to keep navigating to it. It just uses the door widget. Should have just defaulted that one. I had it defaulted at first, and I was like, no, it's weird. No, I should have just left it defaulted. I guess to be fair, then they would all reference the door widget by default, and that's probably not what I want. And I already did the other one there, so I can ditch these. Right? I have not. Well, there's only one thing to interact with, so it makes it pretty easy to figure that one out. If I did that initially, it would have been a lot more useful, I think, is the best way to put it. Like, the amount of times I would have been able to get away with not having to duplicate that code or remember it is a thing. Same here, the same outline code is everywhere. Probably used like 30 times in the thing. Grab the wrong one. I should name it slightly different. What's funny is that code came from Victorian House, the little asset pack. I never made that code. I learned about how that code worked from Victorian House. But otherwise, no. Doesn't care about room located in. I gotta look the other first row to whine at me. Already did. I would like to make some of my code more simple though. I mean, all the NPCs recycle the same code too. I could have like a shop code send that like that. I could put it specifically on them if they happen to have that, then they can do a shop. I don't know. Actor components are weird. I can just find the chest of drawers. These are in a level thing. Actually, it's just drawers. Once again, there's that outline code everywhere. Notes. Not that. That would make no sense. These don't have a room thing, do they? Or room located in? Of course not. Why would they? That's weird. You have the same door indicator? Yeah, it is. I hate that it requires certain information to be put into these things. I mean, well, I guess I could have not done the interface. Well, you need an interface because I guess I could have on focus called the information here too. I could have just put it on the this particular thing and skipped an interface. That's true. But the thing was, I had the interface so I could do multiple things and just keep adding them out of that interface, so I didn't have to keep pulling the information. That is true. I could have just sent the info over. And just replace things like on interact. But again, I can't duplicate this code, so because it's different for each one. That kind of sucks. I would probably just need to rewrite it a completely different way. I remember having to strip all the same code out of all the lighting too. Well, I had to strip a bunch of code out of the lighting because it was just the same code over and over and over and over. It does get a little tedious. Just a little. Same with the start puzzle stuff, probably, you know, I mean, it starts the puzzle, but once you're in the puzzle, it's completely different. It really doesn't do much. I hate when things are nebulous like this. I actually prefer them aside of a giant one. Some of my old code, you know? I go back and look at it, I'm like, but why? I don't even remember how I did the painting ripple. Ugh. Jesus, that was hideous. This too is hideous, but yellow should just be banned from the world. It's so ugly. Yeah, I like to just have them all put together. It's just, otherwise it looks like a mess to me all the time. Should almost just do black as the background for all of them. Stands out a little better. Some of this stuff I don't think I need anymore because you no longer can free the painting when it's anything, so it's like I could probably remove a bunch of code from these now that they have painting blockers to free them. And it's no longer based on the magician. I don't think there was actually that code on there. I think that was on Poppet herself. And that's why I disabled. Probably. Just clean this crap up since I haven't looked at it in forever. And the infamous start puzzle. You don't even remember half the crap you put on these things because it's been like a year since you made this. Focus. Do you not have? Well, actually, never mind. There's no need to because I got rid of that because you don't ever directly interact with it like that, so it doesn't matter. Then the NPC has one too. Yeah. Yep, that same code everywhere. Has a clean out code. I'm sure I'll find a way to make these more interesting or useful. This code just got used everywhere. Oops. It spell. It's probably almost certainly on that, but I guess I should look. Focus. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Do they even have? Wait, what? Is there a convert? There's not. And I can't even recycle that code because it's not the same kind of primitive. Unless I can change that. I don't know if I want to go back and change them all to that. I was gonna say I could do a primitive component just directly over. Man, I can't even recycle it here. Wow. I guess it'd be a lot easier if I didn't have to do that and I just had... Well, it's actually just the VPI interact code. Can I change that to that? How much it grabs me for this one? Probably quite a bit, I imagine. Grab me for a second. I don't feel like I shouldn't eat before a stream. Like I should, or have like a light snack or something. Eat a bunch of food and then I just sit here. It's like, why? Mistakes were made. Oh, I'm up to 640 followers on Twitch. Huh. I got followed after I ended stream yesterday. Cool. Always exciting. Exciting indeed. I should have just deleted it and added it again. Makes my life a lot easier than when you change it like this. I should have just made events on this. I don't know why I even have the interface on here. It's irrelevant for like the on focus thing. And thinking about it, because I could just call the events directly on this. I have the AC thing there, so it's the events I can call in there, but you're limited, like function style limited. But you can have delays, so they're like a bizarre limitation on these actor components. They're half time limited, but I don't know why they couldn't have a timeline too. It's so weird. Because if you can manipulate time one way, why not another? Like I get the macros and functions are different. That macros can have time manipulation and functions cannot. But this is like weird. There has to be a reason for it. Just index. Just get it over with. Stop asking questions and do it. What the hell? Stop asking questions. Not so many people up this morning, huh? Okay, I didn't think it'd take this long. One of the bad things I do is I put all these weird extra things in the project just to test them out, and then it wants to index all the time for this crap. It doesn't usually matter as long as you're smart enough not to, or just delete the variables off the thing unless you don't have to change them like this. This takes way long, but if I just deleted the variables, it would have been done instantly because I could just add them back. But instead I decided I would do it the dumb way. Also, we could find like 3 things. They're just little finicky things that Unreal Engine does. You just get used to them after a while. That should fix that problem. Yeah, if I just made this on focus instead of the event on focus thing, it would have been... I wouldn't need to get the interactable if I could just send it. If I could streamline the on interact, they all did the same thing, that'd be very helpful. I've also only got one set of shopkeepers. I mean, you could technically maybe make the NPCs more efficient. It'd be cool if I could have the magician thingy as an extra thing on there instead of placing movable object and everything is apparent to that, but I already kind of set that up, so it's like, what did I really gain by doing that, you know? Not much. Anyway. Where's VPNPC at? Over here? Sure. Yeah. All that was so I could do that. I didn't learn what a primitive component was. Like, I didn't realize that was a thing you could do. Don't know how valuable that will be in the future, per se. But it's good to know it exists. Again, there's so many ways to do things in Unreal Engine. Oh yeah, whenever you edit BPNPC, it can get feisty. Because it's well, a lot of blueprints reference this thing. But I mean, so much code needs to be recycled. I kind of wish I could have set up Poppet to also use these things, but the issue is that Poppet is completely different in a lot of her stuff. I also don't need movement information on her like that, 'cause, you know, the game that already handles a lot of that stuff. She has her own movement stuff, but they don't really mesh that much, these two. You can't really recycle activate puzzle either, because again, these are different? How different are they? That's interesting to know. I'll think about this. Anyway, I'm getting rid of all the other code first, and then I'm going through and changing everything else. I suppose I should check all the things I've messed with here just to be certain they still work. Again, all this is an indicator, so it's not like it's doing much other than, like, I can just mouse over it. That'll be good enough to see if it works. Yeah, it works in the doors, works in those things. Oops. Okay, I'll open that one so I can check the lid below it. Where'd your hat at, lady? Oh yeah, I had water before I left. Yay! It's the little things in life, I assure you. I think there's like these other doors over here. Because I duped them, they're not children of it. They could have been children of it, to be honest. Except for these don't use a key. I mean, they actually could have been children of it. I actually don't know why I didn't make them children of that, to be honest, or just add additional functionality to the doors. That's true, I really don't. Because they're basically just like the better version of the other door, but I'm not going to replace every other door because that would take so much time and effort. As you can see, these doors are ridiculous. They just keep going crazy. Actually, a lot of the puzzles look like they're basically the same up to this point, but not at this point. So that would be where it would be kind of awkward. Yeah, I need to remember to make custom functions on there instead of copying like that. That would have been much smarter. Yeah, these are so different from this point on, but it does look like they're very similar in the initial thing. probably been a lot smarter to do it the other way, thinking about it. Whatever. Okay. You might have gotten rid of that code in every conceivable thing that has it. This just uses the same drawers, right? Are we just throwing it across the board? I think so. Yeah, because I just stretched them, I believe, so. Recycle the same drawer across the board. Oh, the Empress plants. Man, this code is everywhere. It's gonna be hard to remember that once the other thing though. It'd be a lot easier to remember if I just had tossed it on there. Bam. That was stupid. I don't know if I want to go back and change them all to fix that, but it was stupid. And I could technically go change it real fast if I feel like it. I would then have to go through like 20 things there and swap it real fast if I did that. It'd be a lot easier to remember. A lot easier to remember. Let's say I delete this and just make one called on focus because I'm not doing it the other way. It's a custom event. I don't know if I can name it on focus though, can I? Oh, no, I can. I think. It's interactable though, so. Can't. The other question is, does it even need the other thing? I don't think it even needs the interface. Right? Like if it's just going to be on there, I don't even know why I put this on here in the end. It doesn't need to be here. No. This is not necessarily the best plan so much as me experimenting, learning things. So, you know. Hands off keys. Gotta learn sometime. You just go boop. I don't have to get the owner anymore. I just pull the render target from that, connect it directly in. Like I say, I have to go change a bunch of things to make it work, but hear me out. That's easier to remember, and I will probably Learn a lot by doing it. Right here, I don't even need that other function anymore. I can just delete it. I'm gonna leave it for now, but this was much smarter. So let's playroom door, Empress plant. Painting doesn't use it. Yeah, it doesn't. It was like, I don't remember which one it was. Made my life harder. But you gotta learn somehow. It's just tube mesh. It'll just bug me. I don't do that. Oh, this one doesn't even have anything else on it. Well, let me copy paste that. It's weird. Yeah, let's go back and change a bunch of them, but it's a learning experience. Learning is never bad. Now. I learned about primitive components. I learned about actor components. You know, stuff do be getting learned. What haven't I done? Those are just Empress plants, though. They're just recycled. I do recycle quite a bit. Right into the drawers. Is that everything? I guess I gotta go to the NPCs too. He's over here. I think that's all of them. Honestly, I could probably put half the scrap on it, but not all these things use the same stuff, so. Thinking about it, there was definitely a better way I could do things, so that's cool. Actually, the movable things technically have the same old code. What are you griping about? I think I forgot to set a render thingy on something, one of them. I would have been like a drawer or a door thingy. I think the movable thing was the one. Oh, I see. Used the wrong one that time. That's exactly why that was a bad thing anyway, because I accidentally just did one. Wait, where's that connected to? False, sure. I wish I could take half this scrap and put it on there, but you have to like spawn particles, you stand in static mesh over. But again, like this is already on everything anyway. Well, I guess to be fair, it's on NPC and that, but NPC is a little different in how it works. Cool if I could put all this information directly on one thing. But I can't. The goal is to eliminate the number of times you have to iterate the same code. And I iterated this other one so many times. I'm sure it's going to gripe me a bunch as I missed something, but Need to add a bunch of sound effects. I really do. Griped me that time. Curious. This says launch characters, so they're not even identical on that. Yeah, the parent-child relationship really changed things. Plus, there's too many things that are using this code there. But because of the parent-child, they're effectively already doing actor components, but like better. I guess an actor component means that you could restrict. Yeah. It's only if a code is just across a bunch of different things and not on any one thing. Yeah, I really don't know what I would do with that. Interesting. Resetting to original location only matters for these things because they could be destroyed otherwise, and then things would be impossible. But like I said, I really just don't use the same code that often. At least now I can do the on focus thingy without much effort. The only thing that's interesting is this start puzzle thing there. I wonder if I could do something interesting with that. We would just need to return the item name array, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'd have to do this and then spit this back out. And you'd have to send over item type. But then every time I added a puzzle, I would never have to do this part again. It would just be start puzzle, do that, and then check puzzle ready would be all it would do. How much is it worth? Oh. How useful is it to even replace all that? That's an interesting question. I'm only replacing a small amount of code on a few things. I don't know how good it is, but it is annoying to have to constantly redo it on every single thing that interacts. Part of this is just me experimenting anyway, so. Interesting. My customer like close check here. There would be something like this. Someone output. I don't want one here. But if you do this, then you're limited to functionality, which is much more narrow. Right, it's a you have a puzzle. Put you next to it, sounds where mine was. Yeah, it's not even active one. So we're gonna kick this one back out. Oops, don't. Well, I guess you are gonna delete a sec anyway, doesn't really matter, but just item name array. Hey TX, how's it going? I'm teaching myself stuff here by experimenting. That's been the thing of the day, if you will. A work break, nice, nice. I can get behind that. Yeah. I'm learning what I can do with actor components. They have like restrictions on them, and I'm trying to find a use for them. Is really what I'm attempting to pull off here, and it's interesting, I think is the term we're looking for here. Interesting, yes, yes. Interesting. Oh, an actor is everything in the world. This table is an actor, that lamp is an actor, this is an actor, the floor is an actor. If you see it over here, and it says actor in there in any way, shape, or form, it's an actor. And the blueprints are also actors. In fact, actually I think quite literally everything's an actor. Yeah. I think volumes are volumes considered an actor? Actually, I don't know if volumes are considered an actor. But pretty much anytime you drag something in the world, it's usually an actor. Besides a volume, which I'm not 100% on being an actor. But then between actors, there's like a bajillion different types of actors, you know. You can have a character, which has additional functionality, but an actor's like the base form. It's the basic bitch version. Yeah. And an actor component lets you take a bunch of oh, I don't add any, I want the other. Basically put a bunch of code on top of things. But all they are is code. They're not like, you can't attach a light to it or something. That's not how it works. Wait, why am I clearing the item name array? That's stupid. So the best use for them is you stack them on like multiple actors, and then it's when you want to use the same code across the board, but you want to use it on a bunch of different actors. But the problem is the code needs to be pretty identical. Always to be completely identical. You can shove in different variables, but overall the code can't be the same. So a mobile code it can't be different. They have to be the same. So it's I'm looking for many instances where that's actually a thing, but what I do is I use a parent-child setup for the most part for a lot of things. And the way that works is the child inherits everything the parent has, so besides macros. So if the parent has a variable, the child gets the variable. The parent has a function, the child gets the function. And I do that for like the NPCs here. Like, you know, all of my enemies are children of the BP NPC. And that means that I can have code for, you know, like all the movement code here, and they all get to recycle all this movement code, and I never have to do it again. Like, I don't have to make any of this again. They just got it. And they can call functions and off of this. Like, they can, you know, use this code. They can also use the macros off it, but they can't directly call it. But a function can use the macros on there. It's basically, there's a lot of ways to do things in Unreal Engine. Actually, there's a lot of ways to do things in programming, and you just get to pick which way you want to go with it. And that's... I'm looking at other ways, because maybe there's something useful. I mean, people like to use these things. I don't know. It could also just be one of those programmer takes a job that would take, you know, 2 days and makes it take 2 weeks. Code tends to run in the order that you call it, but Unreal Engine has multiple threads, so there's no guarantee that things will run in the order you want. If you call a function, it will run left to right. But if another function is called as well, it can also be running the other function too. So one of the problems you encounter in this engine, and with any multi-threaded engine, is that it's difficult to predict the order things are going to happen in, so you have to find ways to force the order to happen in the way you want. Now we get the end transaction and start a new transaction. Interesting. Is Dynamo a programming thing, or what is this Dynamo? What this? So I should be able to call, I put APC puzzle on here. This. Alright. Fair enough. Hey, Bonton, visual programmer. Huh. Yeah, in this, usually you just call a function. Sometimes you can use it via interface or just directly call functions if you have a reference to what you're calling the function from. And then the function will return a result at the end. Okay, Autodesk programs like Maya. Okay. Explains why I've never heard of it, because I've once opened a pirated copy of Maya, like I think 15 years ago, to see what it was, and I was like, I don't know what I would do with this. No use for this. None at all. Hear me out. No idea what I was gonna do with it. Now I could probably do something with it if I felt like it, but New subway, yeah, it's a plugin for him. Okay. I've done all different little things you can do with it and experiment with. That's fair. Far be it for me to fault anyone for experimenting with all kinds of fun things. Yes. Because I most certainly love to do the same. Imagine I feel the same way about this type of code in Unreal? Probably, yeah. I mean, if you're into one type of visual coding, every type of visual coding gonna feel pretty similar, I'd imagine. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Yes. Yes, indeed. I should be able to just get rid of all this code here. I don't know how useful this is, but yeah, once I saw visual coding, I could never go back to typed coding. I don't hate myself like that. It's really that simple. Hear me out. I don't hate myself like that. I'm going to go through the process of all the... I'm going to go through all the process of making a code and realize I don't need 75% of it, right? So, yeah. That's what gets really fun. The farther you get into these projects, the more likely you are to go back to your old code and go, wow, that was... Wow, anyway. That was terrible. Yeah, I mean, it's microscopically, marginally faster in execution. Per Unreal themselves. I'm sorry, per Epic themselves. So it's basically negligible in general, but it's way slower to iterate, like to create in the first place. When you're entering the code and everything, it's so much faster to do blueprints. But there is that, like, the few milliseconds each little node adds. Like it was such a small amount that Epic's just like, eh. And I watched that little explanation of it, and I was like, okay, cool, but I mean, it doesn't matter? I see. This was not effective. I botched something here. Let's break it down with code and see if ChatGPT can put the whole code in Python code node. Working a couple. That's fair. You can make custom nodes in this too, but I never do it. I don't want to have to do those things. That seems like so much extra work. Oh wait, I'm a goofball. Why are we targeting self? Okay. What's the... It's code can be run often, and typed code can be worth it, but if something that can be run often isn't heavy, most of it, yeah. The time it's not worth the effort to change it over type code. Yeah, I mean, like, so they were going over, like, the difference is, it's so phenomenal. You'd have to run it thousands of times to save like an entire second. It's so, it does so little when Epic was explaining it, the difference for blueprints, that I don't think that type coding has value. Just outright. When they explained how little time, I was like, you know, if you, well, even then, the AAA companies, I watch them do their coding. Their coding is, like, I mean, their games run like crap. And the reason why it runs like crap, it's graphics. It's always graphics. That's why Unreal Engine has issues. You fix your graphic problems, your code isn't going to use crap by comparison to the, you know, the many, many gigabytes of graphics perpetually flashing on the screen. That's where, you know, you're going to eat it real hard. Like, you can sit there and just spam get all actors of class, you know, over and over and over. Actually get all actors with tags. Get all actors of class is apparently more memory efficient, even though it does create, you know, a direct link, and I don't like those because, you know, dependencies suck. You can just spam that every frame if you want, and it still uses hardly anything, and that's like thousands of actors. I know I've tested this many times, but you have that, you know, 8K texture over there. That 8K texture is going to do a lot more damage to your performance than iterating through the actors will. Be surprised. So usually reducing draw calls, using level instances, or merging, well, that merging actors is just reducing draw calls. Reducing just texture display sizes. Oh, there's one other that's like super valuable. Well, the H-Load thingies will help us a lot. Oh yeah, it's crazy how often there's like, put 4K textures on this rock, and you're like, why? What does that even do for you? What is the point? That doesn't seem like it went down at all, or if it did, it barely went down much. I'm gonna click both of them just in case. Right or not. I don't know, hype about 4K and 8K, getting 300 FPS, no, 11 minors. Guys can only see certain things. Yeah, realism. Yeah, if I want realism, I'll go outside. Like, I don't like realism in games at all. Like, it just sucks me out of your world. Like, it's like I went outside. It's like, I play a game to escape, you know? So I want some style. Something that, you know, shows that your world is, not what I saw at my window. So it's just an immediate turn off for me to see a game that's hyper realistic. So for the 2004's game, the modern day ones, yeah, it's fair. I'm saying they had a look to them that made you remember them, and it's just not something that you see now. Too many games, like, if they look realistic, then they look interchangeable. So it's like, why? You guys have land textures since it's covered a large area, but for rocks, since you're getting this first person, they're going to be getting real close to them. 4K is overkill. Yeah. Like, I mean, I use the biggest texture I use is for the night sky up here, because if I don't do that, you'll notice. But you can blow things up to huge amounts, and these are like 1K textures. Well, I set the display size to like 1K, but I mean, like, these are blown up to, like, you know, 9x the size. They're in a level instance, so you can't see that, but they're huge. And you can't tell because it basically never matters. Unless it's so big, like the whole sky, then obviously then it might matter. You could splurge a little on that. Back in the low poly models, did see you into thinking it was high poly or high texture? Yeah. At least a slider. Mm-hmm. Oh, fun to watch 120 FLP. I mean, I suppose I mean, most people don't have a monitor that can do that, so it's like, eh. Your Dead Alive 2 Ultimate and 2 and realize you can get the constant difference. Yeah, I think that matters a lot more, the FPS versus the realism. Don't get me wrong. I mean, those games were made by a lot of people, and I don't know, there is an expectation of graphics now that's somewhat there, but it's definitely, I think realism's a mistake. I must say, I think it's a mistake. I'm learning things today. trying to find a use for actor components. They sort of have a use, but I'm not very impressed. Mostly because I think the parent-child relationship is pretty much better in most cases, but eh. Gamers from giving a photo mode complaining about clipping or costumes or capes. Like when the poly is invented removal or something. That's the other thing. The closer you get to realism, the more you have to obey the laws of, you know, physics, right? You know, if your game is this super stylized thing and something's a little weird or flippy or strange like that, then people don't care. But if, you know, your thing is like this 8K monstrosity where everything is like actual perfect, you see the hair blowing in the wind like that, and then like clothing clips, Jesus Christ, you're screwed. Upset you seems upset about it, it's fair. The game design suggests the opposite, right? It's about exaggerating realism, makes it fun. Even realism in the simulation game can't realism. Yeah. I don't know, there's so many weird games out there now that just... They're simulating a job outside. They're trying to be realistic work. And they're pushing towards realistic graphics and things like that. It's like, get a job if that's what you want. Like, what are you doing? This is not a game anymore. This is just you doing work and trying to make it look realistic. Get a job. It's better. They'll feel accomplished or something. You'll get money. It's better. But I don't know. Again, I prefer my games to be not in this world, you know? But not like real. It's just bizarre. But about some realism and fun is challenging. Different for every game. I just don't think that there should be a lot of realism to worry about. Like, I think that the way it really should be is when you make a world, you establish the rules of your world, and then you just don't break them. Like, if you break the rules of your world, then your world's not believable. But I wouldn't really establish your world as being realistic. Like, you know, like you can have, like my game has, you know, there's rules in my world that are true. You know, gravity exists, and if I decide gravity doesn't exist, then that breaks the rules of the world, and it's no longer believable. Now, if I, you know, give you some magical toy that ignores gravity, that's a different story entirely, but I need to explain why it no longer works, right? But if you're so realistic, you now have to explain why things in the real world don't work. Because people will expect it to be like the real world, and how can you have a game that is some fantastical thing when it's like the real world? Because now you're selling them on a thing that, hey, it's like, well, this isn't real in the real world, why is it real in your world? It's very strange. It's like a disconnect, if you will. At least in my mind. Game like genres are supposed to cut corners like that. A good Silent Hill 2 remake. Give them time to rendering behind fog instead of like only rendering talents invisible. Now I saw that there, but then, you know, someone was explaining, it's like, once you remove the fog, even in the old Silent Hill games, it'll render everything that's visible to a point. Like, it's not like a true H-load or anything like that, because the H-load system, you know, renders things that doesn't render anything beyond a certain distance, and I could just put a fog like that. But even in the old games, they were just relying on the fog to stop the system from rendering stuff in the first place because it wasn't visible. So if you remove the fog in the new games, it's probably the same. At least I would assume, because that's usually, well, I mean, I use the H-load because Unreal doesn't really block things from vision either, because it still renders things under the floor. That's also why the levels aren't the same, right? Like, I used to have them all in the same thing, but it would then render stuff underneath the floor that you wouldn't need for hours. So it's like, okay, well, it's terrible. That's even the H-load system still renders the same in every direction, which is horribly not useful. I wish I could restrict verticality. But yeah, it's... I think the real difference is the graphical quality like that they're trying to use. They're trying to appeal to the people with the ridiculously high-end stuff. The high-end computers, the high-end monitors like that. So they have to provide all these functionality there, and they don't I don't think they clearly mark in a way truly what the graphical settings should actually say. They should actually say something about the, you know, your computer's not average, it's not a potato, it's like, you know, super high end. So the graphics should be like, you know, like super high end computer, not just, you know, whatever pretty graphic name. It should just be like, it should just show how powerful your computer's supposed to be for each of the settings. Because I think people overestimate how good their computer is. I know they overestimate how powerful their consoles are. That's always adorable to watch. It's like, oh, look, your PS5 is basically a potato computer, but you want these ridiculous graphics. Potato computer. Like, so blockading the chat like a fool. Why do this? The reason why the original Silent Hill had so much fog is for performance reasons, since they stopped rendering it. Yeah. I mean, it's very useful. I know when displaying the city out here, I definitely hate my life a lot of times, but I've done everything I can to optimize the crap out of this thing, so. To the point where it basically doesn't even affect performance because of how much I've done to make certain it doesn't. I mean, I'm sure you lose a couple FPS, but. And I could, you know, some people are like, well, you could just unload it, you know, like if you can't see within the windows like that. Well, if you try that, there'll be a lag when it loads. So you're actually better leaving it there, as dumb as that is of how Unreal Engine does it. I mean, it's pretty much how it's always going to be, right? Whenever you load something that's that big. Well, now they're relying on NVIDIA fake rendering to make up for high-end optimization. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I think that the people making a lot of these games, AAA studios, just overestimate the average customer. Like the average customer's computer. Like they're really just used to. I don't know if they use it. They just expect a certain level of things, and then they just don't do it. I don't know what the explanation is for the consoles, to be honest. Maybe they should stop outsourcing all their stuff. You know, maybe that might help. Like stop outsourcing it to these, you know, hack programmers who don't know what they're doing. These same people who are, you know, think that everything should cast to the player character because they watched a bunch of YouTube tutorials and that's what they do with everything. You're just like, I blame a lot of the tutorials, but the issue is that people watch a short tutorial. They won't watch a long one, and if it's a more complicated subject, you won't get any views. So they want the dumb solution so they can be lazy, and then they go on to become like, you know, people who make your games, and they've learned all these really dumb things. Because I had to relearn a bunch of things because the tutorials told me wrong on a lot of things, and I look at the tutorials like going, but nobody's gonna watch your like super, you know, complex tutorial. Like, let's say, you know, I set up an interface for it. It's not even that complex, but it probably adds a couple extra minutes tutorial. Where some of the person promises to explain it in like 2 to 3 minutes, they're gonna watch that one. I should wait till the development pipeline. The plan is well known. Fair. Well, to be fair, also to those people, the graphics people are making stuff along the way too. That the game is being programmed, so that the actual programmers aren't going to get much time with the actual graphics to help optimize it. Because I mean, like they're all going to kind of like they're going to prototype it out, and they're going to be using little prototype graphics for most of their development thing, with no access to the main graphics, and the main graphics get dropped on them whenever that gets finished in the development, many years in, I'd imagine. And it's like, oh, race to get it optimized. So I mean, in defense, at least the programmers, as far as how the artists have it, well, most artists don't really worry too much about optimization from what I can tell. If you don't believe me, just buy some assets off the Unreal Marketplace and look at those 8K textures and tell me how much they worry about it. They just want it to look good, so that's kind of thing. Hey, game dev tutorials, they always like, so let's get you that nit and gritty by modifying simple well instead of teaching you how to properly build. Well, it's like, say that's the thing, like, you know, I mean, I used them to get into, and they are a gateway in that is very accessible. It's just It's just the nature of people. Nobody wants to watch the complicated tutorial. They just don't. You're not going to get the views on it. So there's really less impetus for the people doing tutorials to make complicated ones. I mean, kind of, yeah. I'm guilty of it too. You know, if someone shows me a 15-minute tutorial explaining the better way to do something and a 3-minute tutorial, chances are I'll probably watch the 3-minute tutorial because, you know, 15 minutes is a long time. I don't watch tutorials now because I already know how to do a lot of the stuff. Sometimes I'm just experimenting to see what I can come up with and just kind of derping around. Often because I'm thinking on something else and don't actually have a good plan for it yet. So I'm like, well, I'll just kind of mess with this while I think about it. Maybe up my knowledge a little by experimenting. So that's how I learn. If I don't experiment with it, I'm never going to learn. If you just explain something, it'll go one ear and out the other. I'll have forgotten. There's not even a point in telling me. Recently I made my own interaction system. Since the way I want to do my own, there just wasn't any public information out there for it. It took me 3.5 weeks. Yeah. I'd be tempted to, you know, make videos explaining how I did each of my own things. I question how many people would watch and what value that would really be. You know? Because the problem with things like YouTube is, let's say you spend, you know, multiple hours making a video, you're going to need tens of thousands of views to even make that money back, right? Like make the time and effort to make it worth it. And most tutorials don't even do, I don't get a lot of views in general, so it's a lot of extra time invested that's like, but why? Like, it's not going viral like, you know, somebody who got their cat to make a funny noise and put it in a short. Basically, YouTube rewards slop. Oh, don't say that, TX. Don't say those evil words amongst the game devs. Otherwise, we'll all sit there and quit. Because statistically, game dev is not worth the hours you invest. So I tell people, you better have fun with it, because if you don't enjoy the journey, if you really wanted your game made, and you have cash, pay someone else to do it. Seriously, like, if you don't enjoy this journey, it ain't worth the time and effort. You're unlikely to make your money back in general in game dev. You're way better off just hiring some people to make your game if that's what you really want, and you'll get a game that's relatively, it'll be like 80% what you wanted. It won't be perfect, but you won't have spent thousands of hours learning how to do all this stuff and making everything. You'll just be good to go. As you're, you know, doing your regular job that actually pays money. Which is very real. You know, you're a decent star at least? I mean, I imagine it'll give you something. You could definitely get together an interesting prototype for that, for certain. But I mean, programming a system doesn't take very long. It depends on what the system is, too. I mean, like, the more complex the system, the longer it takes. But also, if you can provide assets so that they don't have to provide the assets, that helps too. So I guess technically, you know, if like say, like, if my name were in the credits of someone's game because I worked on it or whatever, then technically any of the assets I own could then be used in that game legally, right? As far as, like, if I signed on saying, hey, yeah, I'm part of this game. So I guess anyone making the games could technically do that. For real, to get my actual system working in a basic way, it took 1 week. I spent 2.5 weeks making it more responsive and optimized. Pretty much all what you do is get you the basic point, and then there, optimization is the problem. Yeah, it's just it, yeah. The problem is the farther in you go with the tutorial, the more complicated, the less people who will view it. Because it's not relevant to them. Yeah, and you know, there's just these people just start from square one because they don't have anything they're specifically building it for. So there's just not this extra complicated layers of things you got to build on top of. That's why I tell people the way I learned how to, you know, do Unreal Engine was simply to follow a tutorial, because they all start at the beginning, and then find another tutorial to add the feature I wanted, and then have to try to figure out how to mesh the two together, because again, they all start at the starting point there. So there's like, you got to figure out all the steps in between, and then each time it got more and more complicated, like a ladder, so it became a pretty good way to learn. You also learn that, you know, all the dumb crap they did by watching them, you know, by going back later going, wow, that was horribly unoptimized, why would you do that? That's what taught me. So, and it does work, but you really can't one for one a lot of the stuff out of their tutorials, because it's pretty bad indeed. Is the contract, but yeah, I think you can get a decent enough game for 1,500. It wouldn't be, I would expect less than you think, to be completely honest. What you're going to get is going to be not even remotely polished, probably. They'll certainly program a system. It'll be a functional game. It'll probably have like minimal sound effects. Again, if you're providing all the graphics, your graphics could be much better. So could your sound effects too, but they'll have to put all that in there. And I mean, if you look at a third world country, they're probably gonna, you know, be happy to work for like $5 an hour. But the problem is then you're hiring someone from a third world who knows how good they are at what they do. Probably not very. You hire like someone from like, you know, the US, they're probably gonna want like, you know, well, I mean, right now, California, the minimum wage for, like, you know, fast food workers is $20 an hour. But to be fair, most devs are willing to work for a lot less than that, especially on Fiverr. I don't know, I haven't really paid anyone on these services, so it'd be kind of interesting to see how it works out. So we gotta get some assets together. I think we're looking at the game. Yeah, like, I would, if you can provide resources to the person making your game that you want used, it's going to come out much closer to the game you want at the end, because they'll use the resources you wanted used. You might as well, right? Yeah, the minimum wage is crazy. One thing you should be doing, if you're not already, everyone should do this, honestly. At least if you're going to make an Unreal Engine. If you're not doing Unreal Engine, then I don't know what to tell you on this one, but if you're doing Unreal Engine, every 2 weeks, Fab gives away 3 free asset packs. I mean, there's over 2,000 asset packs that are free anyway. But all you have to do is add these to your account, and they're now available whenever you want. So like, here's a bunch of adventure characters. Are they good characters? I don't know about this, but there's little pieces to them. Yay! And it's just free. Same thing here, you know? It's just like, cool, free, neat. Oh yeah, the Humble Bundle thing. I was showing that off yesterday. Humble Bundles where I've gotten a lot of the stuff. Yeah, you actually should definitely go there and always get them. Every 2 weeks. Oh, if you want to add it to your project, you just go to the little epic thingy, and then you just go to your library, you click the thing you want, you pick your project, then you click add. And if for some reason it doesn't work because it's not compatible, you just click show all projects, click the project, and then find the most recent version from the list, and then click add. And then it becomes available to add. I'm obviously not gonna add these because I don't want them, but that's it. That's all I gotta do. Look, I did my tutorial for the day. I'm such a good person. No, sure thing. I think what I need to really do is sit down and come up with a list to focus the project again, because every once in a while I'll start getting, you know, off. Off. I start to go on too many tangents, I think, like that. It's like a... Every time I refocus down the project, it gets much better for having done it. I also need to sit there and reprogram the bosses. I hate doing the boss thingies. I keep messing with them. There's so much... I don't have as much experience with the bosses is the thing, so I'm gonna have to continuously do it and get better at it. But I'm gonna restructure this room here. And last night I watched, it was a Studio Ghibli film called Arrietty. And it was literally about tiny people living in a house that borrowed things. They have thieves. They borrowed the things they needed. And them trying to avoid the humans like that. And the best thing about it was all the perspective things like that. And I saw how often that, you know, they went out of their way to keep the scene simple so that you had a reason to realize you were small, whereas in some of these things it's so rushed that you don't have time. So I think I want certain rooms that are less full and then other ones that are really full for the action. It's an interesting thing to watch. So I was thinking of redoing every room to be more action-packed, but you know, other than Charlotte, you don't feel tiny in this room. Not really. Maybe a little tiny. I don't think it has the same feel as some of the other rooms that are where you're like way smaller than things. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. That's a problem I have, like, in the game dev. Is I'm so quick to, you know, get excited to do lots of things that I often will undo my work. I guess you do feel small in here, don't you? A lot smaller when she's there. She's just staring through the wall there. I really don't have a way to stop her from going through those walls yet. I haven't figured one out. That's interesting. These are half the size. But you still feel small here. Right? I mean, you feel really tiny here. Like here, it's like being a mouse. Here... I think this is like, feels more like a child. Like almost like a baby or something. Or a very small child. Maybe a little shorter than that, obviously, but... That's an interesting perspective thing. Huh. Well, I'm not going to redo everything, obviously, but it is interesting to note that Poppet could have been about this size, and the game probably would have been... I mean, the world could have been this size. Except for jumping is a little weird then. She'd be able to grab all the way up to the door handle. But to be fair, how much more adorable would it have been if she jumped up to grab door handles to open them? Hindsight, right? Hindsight indeed. Also, to be fair, I don't have any animations of a doll grabbing a door handle to open it. If I had money and like a studio to do it, honestly, just if I had money, I would pay someone to make animations like those, which have been pretty adorable. Anyway. Now you're jumping in your game? Simplify things a lot? That's fair. I mean, jumping is really only useful if your game involves some sort of platforming thing. Like, I mean, as I'm making a 3D Metroidvania, it's obviously expected that jumping will be a thing, but, you know, you play something like The Witcher or something, you didn't really jump much in The Witcher, did you? I mean, there is a jump feature, but it's not like it actually did anything in the gameplay. It just was there for realism that he could jump. Which is cool, I suppose, but... eh, whatever. Guess I can just make buttons here or something like that. I think I'm going to take all the red smoke out of here. I think the red smoke's almost weird down here. Is it though? I gotta make a decision on that room for what I'm gonna do for it. And then what I'm gonna do to make these interesting. It's possible that I actually want to leave the space open and then have little pathways everywhere like this. Oh, so there's machines down jumping, players don't even notice it. Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a lot of verticality in those games. You're not really scaling up cliffs or things like that. You're not like jumping up things like you're not. I mean, you might run up a set of stairs, but they tend to try to focus on realism because we all know that, you know, people aren't jumping those incredible distances. I mean, obviously Poppet jumping her own height is pretty nuts. Like that's not how it would work at all. So it makes sense. I am half tempted to do this, put these over the top and replace out all this because it's like the same. Yeah, knowing which features your game wants and then catering to those and ignoring everything else is a pretty good idea. Don't add a feature just because you can, as he adds features that you probably shouldn't add just because he can. Yeah, I don't think the red smoke should be there. I think her crawling around is more creepy than the red smoke is. And the red smoke should be reserved for areas where she just can't crawl around, right? This wasn't designed for the red smoke. The red smoke was originally part of the upper area. But if I have this, there's like, you can't see through it. Since you can't see through it, these limited pathways, I don't know, but I can have her crawl around after you on these pathways if I make enough of them. But there's a problem with these pathways in that Poppet can essentially levitate on them because she gets caught between them. Like it's not enough for her to fall. Yeah, like this here. You get caught on it. That's so weird. Yeah, just the levitating issue. So then what am I going to do about that is the question. They either need to be really far apart or really, really close. But you can't really bend them very well if they're really, really far apart. Like they don't bend well. If I get rid of those, you can see it bends very poorly. I mean, I guess if I do less angled things, maybe. Huh. Yeah, it's just going to be weird looking however I do it. Do I know a good UI Discord for help? Constantly trying to figure out check markers making things fail. I mean, you can always ask in mine if you want, though. If you're looking for like the actual official one, Unreal Source is usually a pretty good choice. The link to mine is up in the upper, is up in the pinned comment, but let me get a link for Unreal Source for you. I'm gonna put streaming mode back on so I don't have to hear it beep at me. You can't get a link in streaming mode. It hides it and won't really truly copy it. Yeah, like that'd be like the official one. So I'd recommend that one for pretty much most things. I mean, if you have a specific asset you're using, you could always join the Discord of any particular asset maker who, you know, obviously made it, because that helps a lot. I've joined a bunch of Discords for various assets along the way. They're just, yeah, about that. You got some problems. I probably shouldn't angle these. I don't see how I can make it work otherwise. Like, I need to make them far apart. Sure thing. Hopefully you can solve whatever problem you've got. Or problems. Well, thanks for following, Reno 07. How's it going? Gotta solve this thing to see if this actually can be a gameplay thing that works, or if it's just going to be the worst thing ever. It might be the worst thing ever. So many because I'm a noob? I mean, yeah. It's true, we all gotta start somewhere. And goodness knows, I make dumb mistakes all the time even now. And I'm not even like, I haven't been using the engine all that incredibly long, to be honest. I really haven't. Especially if you factor in all the health breaks, and I've been using it for, I don't know, not even 2 years, more like I think like a year and a half. I'm just gonna move those out of the way. I can't really see what's going on, and I don't think they're very useful. When did I start using this engine? Like I say, I just ended up having to take like months off from health problems, so it's misleading on how long I've really used this engine. Very misleading. Because I actually started it quite a few, some years ago, but the thing was I took like 2.5 years off from health problems. So I didn't use it all that time. But the first of the streams for this was streamed 2 years ago. So July 28th is what it says. But you'd have to look back at all the various times to see where I ended up having to take breaks on that one. That's basically a lot of the start of my Unreal career. I think I spent a few months over the course of those 2.5 years kind of looking at it, because there's so unhealthy I couldn't do much. But I view the full list block here to see the times. I guess I'd have to look at the actual live count. Let's see. I spent longer using RPG Maker than I did this engine. I'm just scrolling back through all my like 9 million streams here. You can see these are all public, so you know, 10 months. It's like even back in January, I had to take a month off too. Don't have health problems. Yeah, like 2 years ago, you can see like the last RPG Maker thingy I did. Yeah. It doesn't list each month. I can't tell exactly when I took breaks. Maybe if I looked in the very back end, I can find it. All the you see the walls of code. We're always putting walls of code there. Pictures of concepts of things, yeah. Yeah. Nice, nice. I mean, it's a great engine. It's just You can learn things so fast in it. It's amazing how quickly you can just get to work on things, especially after a difficult engine like RPG Maker that's just terrible at everything. So you have to do so much work to get it to do the least amount of things, and it's like, cool, but hear me out. Maybe I don't do that much work to do things. Like, it's so much work. I guess I just kind of want to wander around on these and see how they play out. But yeah. I remember I was really excited because I was able to have like a working like platformer within like a week when I first started. It wasn't great. It kind of sucked, but I was very proud because I was like, this still looks better than the thing that I made in RPG Maker over many years. Yeah, this is, they have to be farther apart than this. This is not going to work. They need to be so far apart that it's a problem for Poppet that she would fall through it. I might need to construct a new one. And realistically, you'd want to run like this. There's almost no world you would ever want to run directly across the other, but she can't fall through this. She needs to be able to fall through them. I see where this could be a problem. By that standard, it almost needs to be like this. Just straight up huge. This last spline's all bent and weird. I don't like it. All my homies hate that spline. Point. I'm right back to not even needing it to be a spline because I can't make it where Poppet won't break, fall over on them. Or actually, like, float. Falling's fine. Could I do that? Sure. At that point, I might as well just make all my own actors, right? For like individual actors for each one instead of having this spline thing. Which, I mean, eventually they're going to get all turned into individual actors. So, yeah, you can change the collision on them. What I would do with this would be I would put it out there, and then use the merge thingy to merge it into its own actor. I got hit by a hand, by the way. And then from there I can play around with the collision if I want to. Or you can create fake collision too by simply putting oh, what are those things called? Blah, 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 blah. I did it over here because it was a problem that could easily be solved with just one of them. Blocking volume. Because under here you'd have the same issue. But the issue with a blocking volume is they're rectangular, like, they don't bend. Whereas with these splines, they do. And I could make the collision much better on these. Like what I could do, I think this will screw with the physics though. The duct vent here. I might want a duplicate of these because I don't want to screw with the physics. So we're going to have this one for make a special version here. Because they're destroyable on the other things, and I don't want to make a new vent if I can avoid it. I'm just stretching these there. Spline version, whatever. Because right now the collision it's using is the simple collision, which is not good. It's not ideal. It's surprisingly close for what it is, but you were never intended to go through the gaps in it, so it didn't matter. So we'll just use the complex as simple for the ones that I'm going to destroy, I guess. And we'll just RFG the simple collision entirely. Oh, where was it? It's right here. And then if I do that and then swap out all these spline ones with that version, how will that play out? So I say blocking volumes might be what I have to do. Where I just don't give it a collision and I just blocking volume it. But if I do that, then I have to make them all straight. I can't bend them like that. I just would have to do blocking volumes under each one, which, I mean... I worry that this is less exciting than the previous version I had of this thing. But I was trying to make it so it seemed like kids could play on it. Like here you would just fall through, so it's kind of irrelevant, right? Like you just would fall through. He's everywhere. It's fine. I worry that this could have the stairs problem, where stairs seemed really cool until you actually run up a set of stairs and realize how obnoxious it is as a tiny toy to run up a set of stairs. It's not fun at all. You gotta hop up each individual stair. It takes so long. Here I can cheat through this. Like, I mean, it's not fun to run directly to jump from thing to thing, but if I did that, it's not so bad. Yeah, you see, you get the floaty problem even then. It's just, it's gonna be an issue no matter what. Without a blocking volume under there. So I guess I can't bend them like this, which kind of defeats the purpose of a spline. True. That's only if I want to make them really close together. If I spread them apart, then I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, like those kinds of areas can be a problem. Right there is a problem. Can you jump out of that at all? Maybe. It's less of a problem on these if they're this close. But how would a kid even play on that? Like, I could see a kid grabbing bars like these, like they're a monkey bar setup. Or crawling on top of them, I guess. Even this is too small. Those ones would be hard to grab because they're really big. But you probably need about this to make it jumpable in anywhere from Poppet otherwise, because it'd be ridiculous. And even then, they're kind of hard to jump on. The issue is it's not fun. Like, I like the idea of the second floor because it gave you an additional... I mean, I get to reuse, you know, Charlotte chasing you more as a thing. Because like I say, you're only going to get to... You only encounter her doing these things like once, you know, so I might as well make use of it for a good amount of time before switching back to more normal gameplay. But I also wanted to appear like it'd be like a playland for like kids or something like that, you know, some sort of, you know, place to wander around. Within bizarre reason, I guess, because it's never going to be, I mean, it's like the olden times, so things are going to be a little weirder, I imagine. But instead of doing this, just literally have to be spread them out, huh? I guess it wouldn't have to be as wide as this one. This one's really wide because of the other thing there. I made it, those are all ones instead, and this could be not ones. Yeah, so that's just all doing there. At that point, I should almost just assemble it like pieces, right? Why does it appear bent? I missing something there? Doesn't look like it should be bent. Are you the one that's bent? Probably. Hmm. That's a railroad. You could have a train going over the top of it, but that'd be kind of strange. Plus, I don't know if I want to use the train yet. I kind of want to wait till later. I don't know why it selected the train one when I selected browse to asset, but here we are. Yeah, this one's just a little weird. Or not. Yeah. It's basically going to have blocking volumes under here. But then Poppet could just, you know, would float on air unless they're like this. Like if they're really tiny, you get the kids probably couldn't use it as any kind of bar thing. They could crawl around on top of it, I guess, if they wanted. Or walk around on top of it if they're, you know. I mean, basically, we're talking like kids that'd be like under like 10 or something would probably wander through here. Maybe 11 or 12. If they're small ones like this, they could wander around on top of it, which would be interesting, I think, in its own right. Instead of a monkey bar setup in a way. I just don't see any world that's going to be fun to do this. Because I just ran across it a few times and it was awful. It was just awful. And I get it makes you feel kind of small, but mostly, I don't even know if it makes you feel small so much as just you're just hating your life because it's tedious. So I just got to keep them straight like this and then have them a blocking volume under each, huh? I guess. Then the question becomes, how much of this am I going to do? I need to do it in service to Charlotte being able to come after the player. So I need to pick if she's going to attack from various points or if she's going to... These are back on here. If she's going to attack from various points or if she's going to just follow after you. If she's going to follow after you, I need to provide essentially loops to wander around on. But even then, though, the smoke is so hard to see through that if you have to run through it, like you're likely to just fall off. Like the only time the smoke is okay if it's in a really clear area. Like previously I had it on top of these things and you had to jump from thing to thing and then you had to jump pretty quick to get away. Which made sense with so few areas, but it honestly doesn't provide the biggest threat, really. Like, so what? And then the other question is, why does she only just try to reach out from that smoke instead of trying to, you know, crawl out of it like the other smoke? Which then have to explain to the player, hey, this smoke works like this because reasons. Which I mean, I can establish that's the case, but it's kind of weird. So I'd have to just have like individual areas like these and just have blockading ways or something like that to wander around on. So like a little maze above the maze. If I don't have these walls here, the player can just jump from thing to thing and avoid Charlotte that way. Is that better? It's an interesting question, really, because there's nothing... Oh, okay, whatever is going on there, please stop. I was just trying to duplicate it. Because, I mean, then I don't have to create loops. I can just create, you know, areas to jump between and just call it square. The walls also prevent the player from getting places too quickly as well. I think the thing I should be thinking is Looney Tunes. Like in how I design the areas. Just straight up Looney Tunes. Be a lot easier to have blocking areas that are like this instead. I like these bending ones, but again, I don't see anywhere where they can work out. Oops. I deleted this section because of the spline bug. The spline bug is if you do this, like say you click a point here, then you click over here. Actually, sorry, click the point here and then click another spline. You'll notice it's still selecting the old spline, right? So if I click like delete, it deletes that one instead, even though this is the one that's selected. The fix to that is to either click a point directly on here, which then let you manipulate just that point, but it doesn't let you get the whole spline. Or to click anything that's not a spline and then spline. So you can click the point, click like the floor that's not a spline thing, and then you click this and now it works. It's been around since 5.4. It's dumb. Really dumb. But maybe it's intended behavior, I don't know. Yeah, one of the big problems is really that you do have to have just essentially looping things like this to wander around, and I can't bend them on this, so it's way less interesting because I can bend these here because I have a floor, it doesn't matter. But with this, that will not be the case. I guess it's fine every once in a while just have something a little varied. But is it actually better? I also can't have areas that are like secluded like this without it being an issue for Poppet, really. Because Charlotte will just catch her over there, like what's she gonna do? Might be a bad plan. The more I mess with these, the more I'm like, is this gonna really be better? Or is this essentially the same thing? Because if you can't fall through these, and you could just run over the top of them, then how is that different than me just having walls over here on a big space? I mean, it's visually different, I guess. But huh. I guess I could test it out. But I'm starting to question if it's even worth it or if I should just stick with the three-pronged thing here. I mean, I guess it gives a better visual. It really was predicated on being able to bend them all over the place. That's not the first time I've thrown out a bad idea, though. Because, you know, well, I mean, I had a whole boss suit. I threw out the whole mechanic for that boss fight because it was so bad. It wasn't fun at all. Throw out entire rooms that suck too. I don't like this setup. I hate it. We'll chalk that up to a failed experiment. I don't regret it. I'll find a use for those later, but if I'm just gonna do exactly the same thing with no real variety to it,
It'd be much better if I just simply put a bunch of things for her to crawl around after you and just bend these in funny ways. Thus accomplishing exactly the same thing with much less issues. And I'm just going to ditch the red smoke too. I'm just going to re-simplify this room. Some things there's some great ideas in here, some real bad ideas, and I think it's time to abandon the bad plans. I don't hate the second level idea. I like that. That is true. I'll probably just add an extra smoke location in for her. And I'll save the trap stuff for somewhere else where it's a threat, but not like obnoxious to see through. Oh, wait, what was the last one I did there? So everything after 4 up until... How many of these were gone? There were 4 of them? There's a transform that goes to them too, so I was like, wait a minute, if I delete one of those, I can delete the other. I wish I hadn't set up like this, but I did a long time ago and I just need to change it to that, yeah. So it's going to be 5 through 8 need to go bye-bye. Actually, I'll do the last bottom 2, so 10 and 11 need to go away. Because I would have put them as like pairs instead. Oh, actually, that's right. The reason I did this is because you couldn't use the little 3D thingy otherwise if they were like a map variable. That's why I did it. Because positioning without that is a real pain. 5 through 8. Never be afraid to try new ideas, even if sometimes they're the stupidest ideas. Hey. They might work out, you never know. That does make my life a lot simpler, though. Just for planning this out. I hate how far I have to zoom this out just to see those because of the fact that there's... I got a long name. Same thing with these. Let's just get rid of these other ones here. How about a better plan? I just copy paste this. Delete those pastes and I'm gonna move them around anyway, it doesn't really matter. Stop adding in new ideas, start refining things. Don't be like Epic. Don't keep adding stuff that you think is cool. I think Epic is like, you know, the epitome of everyone who, you know, uses this engine for the most part. So, oh, but it's so cool, I could add it. And so they just add things and never worry about making it any better. The blurb didn't work. What? What? Blurbs, why? Why don't you like me, blurbs? Really? Blurb, huh? That's weird. Let me see if I figure out what's up with that. I probably have to reauthorize it, because like once a month they make me reauthorize a bunch of crap. Yeah, well, but blurbs. Gotta give people something to do with their time, right? Let me figure out where the hell that is in the background here. Extensions. My extensions. Okay. I would just like to point out that this is all that the back end for Blurps is showing me right now. I can't even view the settings for it for the Twitch configure because it just does this instead. To refresh, it does the same. So yeah. I guess blurbs are currently down. I don't know what's causing it. But since I can't configure anything at the moment, yeah. I'll have to look into it later. It's interesting that it's like that. Yeah, it's down at the moment. God, blurps are such problem children. Should probably find a way to go without them, like to make it where I can do the stuff on my own computer and not need their help. Because I had so much trouble with that. I don't know how you set up for viewer rewards, but I'm sure there's a... I can make it work, I'm sure. Right, next time, yeah. Oh, sorry, they don't work. Blame them. They hate everyone over there at Blurpland. They're like legitimate haters. Their hatred is strong. Yep, Blurpland. Do not question Blurpland. Just accept that Blurpland is real. It's like Neverland, except for there's just blurps there. No random fairies and snorting dust to think you fly. I mean, hear me out. Sometimes you snort fairy dust and think you fly. And when you realize Peter Pan was just literally a veiled druggy story. That's just it. This is literally about drugs. Come on, kids, come to Neverland. Just shake this fairy and, you know, take some fairy dust here. It'll work out. Oh my god. Technically, this is beatable as it is, which I'm probably going to just run through it and then add to it, as opposed to guessing. Forrest Gump was the same thing. That's fair. You might have thought he was stupid, but in reality, he was just so drugged up the whole time that he's like, oh yeah, well, I guess that way too. Yep. Got Jenny after her hoe phase. That's what happened. She went, she partied, she did all the drugs, slept with all the dudes, got a disease. And then the simp took care of her. Yeah. Not really a very heartwarming story when you look at it like that, is it? Nope. Not heartwarming at all. That's okay. This doesn't even technically work as a thing because of how it's set up. Do I even need multiple doors, or do I just put the last door here? That's probably what I do, actually. I take this door and move it. And give it multiple things to unlock it. Yeah, about what it was. She didn't have any kids, right? So she's not like the pure single mother trope. I mean, she's close, but I think she's missing that piece of the, you know, failure puzzle.
If they redid that movie today, she would have multiple kids and an OF. You know, to complete the failure trifecta, right? Whole phase, single mother. Oh, she'd have tattoos as well. You gotta have those as well. Nothing screams finding yourself quite like being loaded down with a bunch of gross tattoos. Yeah. Did she? Wow, so she was literally just the big, as much of a piece of crap as possible. Nice. Well, good job for her managing to score herself a, you know, billionaire special needs person. Yes, yes. We'll call it nice. Special needs person. Oh, she had his kid. Okay, well that's a little better. At least he got his own kid out of the deal. So what I hear is there was a special, he ended up with a special needs kid who's probably going to be a drug addict. So Hunter Biden, that's what happened. They literally produced a Hunter Biden. I suppose that's fair. I think it's funnier the other way though. We should go with my way instead. I don't really remember much about the movie anymore because okay, it really wasn't that great of a movie. It was okay. But it's been a long time and my memory for movies isn't that great apparently. I just remember Jenny being a piece of crap. And Forrest being stupid. Yes. And the life is like a box of chocolates thingy. Because everybody remembers that. Possible to forget that. I think I'm actually okay with this being here. You do have to have some things to kind of blockade. You gotta kind of corral them a little. We don't want the player getting too feisty. Hell yeah. Well, that's because Jenny represents like every woman who ever tries to date me for the most part. Because statistically, I mean, like she's not obese. That would be the other thing required for a lot of the women out there that I've encountered. It's like, right, you have all these and you're out of shape? Jesus, what the? Why would I bother? I know what I'm worth. Apparently not, or it's not much. We shopping at the Dollar Tree now? Jeez. Terrible. Guess I'll put like a few buttons on here just to screw with them one last time.
I'll put some unique stuff in later. These just act as little barriers to kind of give me an idea of where I want things to be. I don't know if I like these because they are only in some areas and they're not all over the place, which is just weird. Seems like they should be everywhere. Marriage be a thing these days. How's that so good? If not gonna work. Yeah. It's really bad. I think if you're getting married in this day and age, you're being silly. But the I literally cannot name anyone from my generation or even my parents' generation who has had a marriage that's gone for more than 5 years. I gotta go back to my grandma's generation. It's bad. It's like, wow. So what you're saying is there's a 100% failure rate. Okay, never mind then. My parents were divorced, so. I still remember the most eye-opening thing is 30 years later, my mother was still complaining about it. Even after he died, she was still complaining. He complained almost never. Maybe in the first few months, never again. And I was like, yep, there you go. That's what marriage gets you. Doesn't that seem exciting? No, it does not. Oh, congratulations, Captain Roomba. I know people out there exist to do it. I've just never met anyone in real life who has, you know? I'm sure people on the internet, but, you know, it's just like you'd think in my just traveling around day to day, I would in fact meet somebody who is, you know, who's had a successful marriage. It shouldn't be a rare occurrence, like, you know, shouldn't even be a 50-50. That's insane. But I'm also in California, so, you know. Here it's bad enough that you shouldn't even live with the woman because if you live with her long enough, she can go to court and pretend like you've had a relationship with her and take half your stuff because it becomes like a common law marriage instead. So you can't even have a female roommate. Maybe not explain to someone, it's like, sorry, I can't live with you because this is a problem that, you know, you could just tell them that we're in a relationship even though we're just roommates. I've had to make sure you can co-parent on the same level and be able to communicate. Yeah. Pretty much. It's just, I mean, come on. The crazy liberal women here are, you know, a meme on the internet at this point. Come on. Like, seriously, we know the exact crazies that are here. Would you date that? Really? Would you? I'm gonna go with probably not. And if you would, oh, more power to you. Yeah. Someone gotta take him. Guess I want 3 buttons. Well, where's the third one going? Actually, never mind. I put one over there already. It's like literally there. There's one there. One there. One there. No, trying to way of life. Only I date a woman now is God first, even above me. Probably fair. I grew up in a very non-religious family. I can tell you that pretty much. is not really going to, I don't think I'd probably do well with some sort of religious thing. I think I can go my whole life and be not religious and then suddenly be religious and have it work out. But it's almost necessary for them to have some reason to stay. And if you don't have that, the religion thing, I don't think you have much of anything, to be completely honest. There basically has to be societal pressure to make them stay, I find. Instead of rewards for leaving, which is kind of what divorce is, a reward for leaving. In there, yeah. Kind of wish I had grown up in a religious household, to be honest. I've seen what happens when you don't. It did not work out well for much of my family. But you can't exactly turn back time, as they say. How'd the button go? Button. There you are. I suspect this got moved up at some point by a little bit. For some reason. These buttons have to go somewhere that they can't block Charlotte, basically. You got your first problem this year? You started just started in 40? That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I guess a lot of people do start late in life to do the whole religion thing. Surprisingly. Oops. Religion or aliens, I think, are the two things that people often do late in life. They get into it. My dad was really big into aliens, by the way. He went that route. Yeah. If there was a conspiracy or something about aliens, he was there. Yes. My grandma went heavily religious, so there you go. There you go. Oh, I didn't actually write the numbers on these two. That's true. These days, I think I'm more likely to believe in the simulation theory that it's all just a giant video game. And you might think, who would ever make a game with all that pain and suffering? Have you not seen hardcore games before? I also like to think that it's, you know, a low-budget game that the server, they can't really afford a lot of the servers or like that. So what happens is why you see all the deja vu and the recycling and things like that. They're like, oh, we gotta recycle content. Why history repeats? They don't want to make new gameplay content. But yeah. But I could see a bunch of, like, you know, like some sort of super advanced civilization where you basically have everything you want and then you're just bored out of your mind with nothing to do because you can do everything. Treat it like the Q from, like, what, like, you know, Star Trek, like that, you know? It's like, what do you do when you could do everything? Well, without some kind of limitation, you're just gonna, you know, have nothing to do, right? Because you're just all powerful or whatever. That's about as plausible to me as that, and like God could just be a system admin that someone saw one day and they're like, oh, we write a book, or maybe they just decided to program in the book. You know, these are all things that could easily be the case. it doesn't even conflict necessarily with the whole God theory is the thing. So it's like, well, I'm just saying it could fit with all of them actually. Pull up the number of points to make life harder here. We could also have been put here as, you know, some sort of alien experiment too. That's also a fun one. I like that one too. They're like, listen, there are these random apes. What if we genetically modify the apes to be better? Just some of them, just to see what happens. I mean, if I was some super alien, you know, civilization, I wouldn't mind experimenting on the lesser beings, right? I mean, we already experiment on lesser beings in general for our science. I imagine to them we would be lesser beings, wouldn't we? Funny how that works. I like to think weird things. I think the universe is funnier than most people probably give it credit for. But I don't really ascribe to any particular thing like that. I just think they're all like, I like all the weird ideas that people come up with. Maybe they're real, maybe they're not. All I know is the Christian one's right. I hope that succubuses are real because I'm certain I'll be ending in hell. And listen, I'm okay with ending up in hell with this hot succubus trick. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, you don't really have to specify hot succubus, do you? I mean, you don't end up being a succubus and ugly. That's not how it works. We're certain we can all agree that's not how it works. 4 points might be too many for that. Have your 2.5 demon children. Yeah. Technically, that's possible in D&D. Maybe. I guess the demons aren't allowed to enjoy their work. That's terrible. Torturing these humans just isn't quite the same anymore. I just don't enjoy my work. I talk to a demon therapist. Also, people are like, well, what if this is hell? Those are fun people too. The literal, the glass is just completely empty people. You're like, yep, it's all bad. You're already in hell. People are fun. I don't want 2 sets of music playing. That's an image. It's the floaty ghost hat. Hell yeah. Yeah. Or what if this is heaven? What if it's like not all to, you know, is advertised to be? I don't see any hot angel chicks. I'm just saying. To be fair, biblical angels are not hot chicks. They're in fact weird creature thingies. They, at least for being the most beautiful angel, is a lot like being the most attractive girl at, you know, a special needs place. Yeah, you know, listen, it's... Huh. No, the ref control. Uh-oh. Watch that. No, there's no way to get away from her. Can I get away from her? Oh, I can. You can whiz by her. Better than not in hell. That's fair. I think I hit the button twice on the door thingy. My door's not open. That one does though. Get away! Get away! I gotta make her creepier by having her whisper things at you and the music get louder, I think. Ah, no! This way. She's pretty aggressive as is. I don't want. This is like the first time you encounter. She can't be that aggressive. I mean, she can, but it's very easy to get trapped. I guess I should allow places to get trapped. Basically, wrong ways in the maze, except for in this maze, you just die. I think the safe zone shouldn't exist. I'm gonna say it. I didn't open that door. I also haven't grabbed the key yet, have I? Did I grab the key? That's a good question. I can check. Nope. Used to not be able to check that. Very excited. Nope, nope. You stay away. I only have one life. Well, there's a couple reasons why that could be. The first being that Charlotte's a ghost, so she could cheat. But there's an unfortunate issue with the capsule collision that I don't have an answer for. Because her mesh has collision, so it should, in theory, prevent her from reaching through things, and yet it doesn't seem to stop her from reaching through things. And later when she just floats through the walls at you because she's a ghost. She could technically just go through the walls anyway if she wanted, but there's like rules to this game. Just because she cheats doesn't mean that the rules are, you know, not there. She's just cheating. I do kind of wish she couldn't go through it though. Hmm? I guess lights were... I guess it somehow worked weird. I don't know. Where you at? Yeah, I need to figure out a way around that. None of these counted, huh? I think my new puzzle method's not very good. Because these didn't count.
The steam whispers I'm a queen.
Run by.
Stew and rum doesn't like his omnipresent. Much like airships hump, too long a stick. They're watching me. I'm a failure. Steam. The airship's shadow follows me. They're going the wrong way. The skies is my lullaby, but it's steering me to madness. Please don't. I saw the future in the boiler's ether hums my scream, but it's a failure in a brass. Every cosmic star. Nobody ever loves you.
In the water on. Where's the water? Oh, there it is. Yep. Really? Shot in the back. The switch system is not very good. I need to work on that. So it switches between the things much more effectively. Really? Uh-oh. Damn. No, screwed. I was doing so good. Cheating. I would have died there because you wouldn't have double jump, so I just cheated, but that's okay. Normally there's respawn points too, so you wouldn't have to play it with 1 life. But it should be beatable with 1 life. But the doors aren't functioning the way they should, so I think that puzzle setup I have is wrong. Really? Oh, she got me. There's too many places for her to just catch you there. That's a problem. There's issues with the door, there's issues with the switching, there's issues with all sorts of stuff. Fantastic. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Oh, these pop up. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast and then I'll probably fix the weapon swapping or something because it's. I mean, I made the system, it works, but it didn't work well. I was just like a quick make this system and then because it seemed like a good idea and it was nice to switch between them. Yeah. It needs some 10 or 11k. So. How to look into this thing here, the equipping system. I really want to get to the next chapter so much. I'm spending so much time going over this one here and adding things to it that I feel like I should be not doing that as much. But at the same time, the areas are so much cooler now than they were. This is close to all this crap. I don't need you. I need this. And the HUD, pretty much. Guess I gotta close that and open pop, and it would have been a lot faster than what I just did, but I did do that, so there you go. Oh, it's having a hard time clicking that. Is the mouse having issues? There almost needs to be a delay for how often you can swap them. Or maybe I just start a counter and then it equips it after a moment of that, so this way you have a bit of time. Because otherwise you'd have to basically switch off it and switch back onto it again in order to trigger the requip thingy. Or they could just try a delay on here and see how that plays out too before I get a counter thing. It's like a re-triggerable delay. Check custom event or not. Might as well delete that because I don't think I need it. But yes, here, just as easily. Doesn't have anything to equip, huh? It's a little better now. I'm trying to trip it up intentionally. It's actually pretty good now. Yeah. Wow, I was actually able to catch that. I think that might have been the easiest fix in the world. I thought it'd be all complicated. Nah, just a retriggerable delay will get the job done. I wonder if I should use them more often, the retriggerable delays. I'll just put a delay, but not thinking about it, but if every time that keeps running through there, it'll keep hitting the delay again. We're doing that before executing the last code. I wonder if other problems could be fixed that way. Where's my to-do list at? Did I ever write that down? I was already kind of that. I've kind of done that a few times. Nothing new about that. Oh yeah, enemy stopped spawning this frame. There's something wrong with the enemy spawner. Because I notice it shuts off. In this room in particular. Or well, actually, it might be from the painting blockers. You'd think switching rooms would fix that. Did I ever make a print stream macro for you guys too? Half tempted to do that for this one as well. Because it's kind of weird otherwise. Probably just leave this one running for a while and just see where the numbers end up. See if I can figure it to screw up. I just want to see if the array is even emptying. It should empty, but it doesn't always. Encounter array is huge. What happened? Why is it so high? Okay, well, that's whatever the problem is. 'Cause I'm seeing that's just catastrophe. There's so off the keys here. Microphone is literally just blocking what I'm doing, so I keep hitting my hands off the keys here. We'll reach the. But there are tinkas that keep spawning. Okay. Why? What broke on you? Little buddy. This one is the end overlap. How are you spawning over and over? Fine, I'll save and do that so I can move them both at the same time. Come on. Mouse already been plugged in. Whenever it starts missing button presses, usually it's running out of power. Always awkward. You like push button? Nothing. Okay, so stop block and do once. I don't need any of this crap, honestly. I tried to meet the light explosion thing. It was just an old particle there, but I think I can get rid of that too. So code doesn't need to execute if Tink is not valid. Where is this even referenced? Be less of a dumpster fire. I still need to reset spawn Tink in here though. How are you able to spawn so many? Is this running over and over? She should have spawned. Unless I forgot to connect something. So why is she even getting including in that array? I got that open by Tinka as well. What's the problem? And the permanent tag is also there too. I guess it's not really because the painting's supposed to despawner. So as long as it spawns only one, it's not a problem. I could have a separate one for paintings though. Okay, my first bot today. Nice. It's the little things in life like banning your first bot of the day. Let me run outside of its range and run back in though, just in case it's some issue with that, me spotting inside its range and it not understanding. So before I get all crazy, let me rule out the obvious first. How's she spawning only one? Why is that? Should fix the encounter bug there, but I don't want her included in the encounter array in the first place. I'm just curious why she was included in the encounter arrays. I think the thing, puppet info here. I'm literally going after the encounter array. How are you getting added to that? You have to either have the type of enemy or destroyable. Are you either? You shouldn't be. Probably a point of standing around noon every day just so I get some additional standing time. Even though my legs are terrible. We definitely got the worst of all the health problems. That is weird. How are you ending up in an encounter array? I might give it the type ignore puppet master, and that would give it literally every, like, none of the things. I don't even know how it's getting to that point, but I mean, it doesn't move around anyway. Well, she doesn't move around anyway. She used to, but it's just weird getting her to move around in this tiny little space. It didn't really work out very well. In my experience, she kind of just moved in your way a lot. I still thought making her a paper CD character, so she's just, you know, two-dimensional. Might still. Except for when she's in the painting world. I have 2 versions of her. I mean, I don't hate the idea. How are you adding to the encounter array? You weren't even adding before. There's not like more than one painting. I just double checking. Like, you suddenly weren't adding to it, and then I told you to ignore the puppet master. And now you're adding yourself to this. She's an NPC, she ignores the puppet master. She's missing both of these. What is happening here? How is that conceivably possible? She's like set to fail every check. We're back for now anyway? Wait, was something wrong? Did we leave? Or is it just, you know, you're back? Huh. Ah. I always appreciate the lurk. As a streamer, you expect people to live in the shadows, and if no one lives in the shadows, then you end up lonely. For everyone else, you'd be crazy if you thought people lived in the shadows, but for a streamer, hear me out. That's just normal. Now she's not spawning at all, huh? Little grab it. What the hell? What is even going on there?
It didn't unlock.
Right. Aren't we just a problem child? Oh. Well, this should also be here, but... And that shouldn't cause the painting to not unlock, though. That's interesting.
Like it's unlocked. Well, I mean, it totally unlocked. Otherwise, it would just have the giant, you know, symbol over it. Also, get hit in the head by a pot. She never even announces herself to the Puppet Quest. She just keeps adding herself infinitely to the array. But how is that possible? The only way to get added to this thing is by here. I don't think encounter array gets added by any other location, right? Let's remove from encounter array. Remove. Checks the link that runs over all the things, and it's checked for the names. Option to remove it here. Just me checking the encounter array against this. More removes. Like, there's a million and one ways to remove yourself from the array, but there's not a lot of ways to add. Except for right here. And she shouldn't be able to add herself to the array at all. Wait. This appends them. That's the Poppet thing. Why am I appending to... It seems backwards. This is the array to add to the target array versus the other one there. You're supposed to add the source array too. I think I was adding the possible targets array, which the NPC is essentially, to the encounter array. On the targeting system there that tries to figure out which enemies to go after. Obviously, I don't want to add the NPCs to the encounter array. That's insane. Why would you do that?
All too often I am the dumb. There we go. I was like, she was literally breaking every single rule that I had in place to stop her from getting out of that array. I was so confused. I was like, I have 3 different rules that stop you from getting out of this array, and you have all 3 things that would stop you from getting out. What in the world's happening here? That means that bug's been going on a long time, and I just never noticed. That means it'll probably affect how encounters feel later on, because there's probably way more encounters than I thought. I wonder when that happened. Well, there you go. Sometimes I do the dumb. You watch the stream enough, it's not even sometimes, it's just all the time. Oops. I do not require any of this crap. It's just for testing. Stupid emails. Getting in my way. Everything appears on my phone, these notifications, so it's just time. They're impossible to miss. They're like right in front of me. I'm using it as a camera. I'm gonna start making these more specific. You know what? Well, there's fake events in the world. I don't want to have like fake game posters because I don't. That's weird. Like, that's like a fourth wall break. But why? Why would I have a fourth wall break in my game? There's no fourth wall breaks. Like, there's references to things in the real where they're like funny little jokes, like the "it's dangerous to go alone, take this" thing, where it's written by the fool. But that's not like a fourth wall break. That's just a in-world, you know, Zelda reference. Also, I mean, it's literally next to the fool of all things, so you know what I'm saying. Make new toys. Shells. Oh. Actually, just the toys on the shelves. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make a bunch of toys, if I'm just gonna take a bunch of things that are just there and put them on there. Because I think that this is I might not change the waiting room. I was just thinking about it. I'm like, you know, as I was saying earlier, I watched the Ariadne thing and I realized that, you know, certain rooms could just be a break in a way, not have as much stuff going on. Like, not everything needs to be this big spectacle. Because if everything's a spectacle, then nothing's a spectacle. Like, you just get tired of it. And so you have to have, you know, things that basically tone things down a notch so you can then ratchet it up again. Because after all, if you're always at a 10, you can't ratchet it to an 11. You know, if you're on a 10 scale, you're stuck at a 10 the whole time. Like a 10 for how much action is going on, not necessarily a 10 for how good your game is. So you gotta ratchet it down some, so then you can make it exciting again. Just oh, the flowing water and vibes? Oh yeah. It's the little things, you know? You get your little... Maybe these are different colors, you don't destroy them, though I might actually make the destroyable ones the different color, I don't know. Yeah, you just gotta have those things in there. But imagine if this flowing water was in every room, it wouldn't be very special anymore, right? You come to this room and suddenly here and you're like, more memorable. So I think I'm going to split my design a bit. Half very simple, half not simple. Or just not even half. Just certain rooms are going to be spectacles and other rooms are going to be... well, not. Gotta break this down to smaller steps, because the smaller the step, the easier it is to accomplish the step. Instead of nebulous goals like I have. I'm just gonna type. Well, maybe. I'm not sure I like this particular thing there. We kind of already talked about this. Wait, do I have any paintings left to block? I don't, right? Because the library is available already. So library's already blocked, staff rooms are blocked, and so is the other one. So yeah, they were blocked already. I wrote the same thing multiple times, by the way. I'm just gonna start removing numbers so I feel like I've accomplished something. This is actually something I did because the other one looked bad. I fixed that bug already. There was a rescuable NPC mechanic, and I waffle back and forth on it. In the RPG Maker version, you in fact didn't have the ability to rescue NPCs and drag them back to your home base through the paintings. So that was entirely a thing that was originally in there. But there's not a lot of functionality for each one. I have to make a lot more if I do that. Which can be costly if we're dealing in, you know, needing to acquire character models. Or, you know, costly in time if I have to make them myself. And I prefer not to make things myself if I can avoid it because, again, you know, solo dev, only so much time. Problem is I don't know who you would save. There would be like 2, I would assume, in the first chapter to save, at most. Originally, Annie's on was one of them, but I thought it was more amusing that Annie would be like just set up her shop inside of storages in the building because she hates you and she's an enemy, but she's compelled by the curse to do exactly that. Actually, since you like, they're all compelled to get the hat, and whoever has the hat runs the shop. That's their entire doll lore for that particular type of enemy. So she hates you, she's an enemy, but she has to run the shop. So she would never go to the painting world with you because why? I did this. This is actually written multiple times, and I added just the orb thingies, except for they aren't orbs. So again, I wrote these things multiple times. I'm making this seem like way, way, way harder than it is. The 124 legend. I made 3 models on Mobile Legends completely. I'm completing League of Legends. Our engine's super dense though. No, there you go. Sounds like things are going well. I gotta admit, you've written it in a way that it doesn't make any sense what you're actually saying, so I'm kind of like reading it going, I still don't know what the 144 Unreal Engine is. I remember asking about that last time. You made 3 models of Mobile Legends, that makes sense. Playing League of Legends, okay, you're playing League of Legends, so sure. Ooh. And about the Unreal Engine being super, it is advanced menu. 10 lines are straight and drawn on Unreal Engine now, though. I feel like I'm always missing pieces of this puzzle. I think I'm gonna not add anything to it. I think I'm gonna leave it as it is, honestly. But maybe, I don't know. These are already written there. We'll just put them as a separate thing. Now they're written like that, so their room. Yeah, I don't like the safe space idea in the current room there, so I'm just split this up here. Just make all my notes so I can keep track of where everything's going. I need to focus things down.
This is an idea, not an actual thing I plan on doing necessarily. As such, it should be down here. Whoa, whoa there, buddy. You get that feisty. I always want to Control Shift S everything now because I'm so used to Unreal Engine. I just do it subconsciously now. I don't think I'm putting a music puzzle in the music room because those keys are too small to jump on. Well, you can jump on them, but you can't jump on just one. They would need to be probably about twice the size to reliably jump on just one, enough to make it a puzzle. So for the first time ever, Poppet's too large. Or I guess something is too small. I am adding more secrets to the maze. Oh. Do I make Tiny Land separate from the toy maze? I don't think so. Yeah, splitting this up is so much better than having that giant nebulous list of things I need to do. Now I get a better idea of where things are going to be. Let me split these up. Does she need more items to her shop? I need to think through the NPC saving mechanics. I need to make NPCs worth saving, and then I guess I can give little quests or something to do. I don't really have a quest set up here, something like that. There would be kind of like specific things I could just mention. I don't really need a quest tracker on the screen necessarily. I could always just have a collectible section that shows if you have something. There won't exactly be a lot of quests or anything in the game, you know? But I might have things like such and such collects these items, so you just need to find these types of items. Not specifically a certain number of them, just, you know, all the ones in the game sort of thing. I just did Borderlands on quests, though. I don't really want to necessarily add a quest system, but I mean, a small town setup is not terrible. A lot of Metroidvanias do that, where you rescue people and then they make little small towns, essentially, for you. Mostly that's how you get access to a lot of features, but most of the features in the game, like the map travel is already covered by Tinka, and you
get that by finding her in the first place, and then just unlocking each painting. So that's pretty self-explanatory. Annie's now not a unlockable thing. She just is in certain places in the game, so you go visit her. After that, though, I don't know what other functionality you get. I thought about having some sort of like first new upgrade is your tarot cards, but then it just added more to the world for you to find. I'm not gonna lie, an upgrade system would be nice in the fact that I wouldn't have to have as many collectibles everywhere. It would cut like 44 collectibles out of the game. Okay, 43 because you don't collect the last world tarot. That's results of how you do the story. I don't have the books anymore floating around. I thought about it. But I would rather you just have collectible audio things than the other. Like there's no, I need actually the first. There's actually like 10. Actually, no, there's gonna be like 12 in the first chapter, right? Is there? Guess I should decide that number, huh? Because I do want to reveal this right there. I decided to make it only 36 long as far as the number of story bits. I could make it longer, I guess, but at some point you're collecting so many collectibles that it's kind of a bit much. If I put 11 here, doesn't like a lot. We'll go with 11, I guess. Actually, I have a bunch of them written. I'm gonna have to do a bit of rewriting because I've changed some things so they won't make sense completely. Again, more contextual stuff. That's why I hate doing all the like little dialogue things over because I keep having to write it and it's really annoying. You know? Like at some point it's just like really? I guess the story kind of clips off there at about 11 anyway, so that's not terrible. I need to rewrite a bunch of them though because there were 50 of them written. I need to compress them down to 36. Originally when I counted them out, I counted the number of chapters and just split them up evenly amongst those, but then I realized a simple problem. I need them before. I need them in the beginning of the 4th chapter for them to be that relevant, so I can't give them after that. Unlike the Toy Maker's audio logs, which I could technically give out all the way to the very end of the game. These have to be given out much sooner. So we'll say 11 for that. That's fair. This is written twice. I don't know. I'm gonna just make a nebulous number of like 5 for here. Maybe I'll just do 36 of those too. Those can be split up evenly though. Not the 36 splits, you know, evenly like that. No, it does, right? No, it does. This will be 9 of them on each of the things. I even rewrote the introduction of the game by not having Tinka Michu there at the start. Am I using the Wallies anywhere? I have a whole enemy I don't even use. They're just a floating head with a gun, basically. The big problem is that there's no guaranteed anti-air set up in here. So anything flying is a very big problem that is not going to be dealt with particularly easily. So I'm really loath to put them in this area. Because unless you grab Temperance, I don't see how you're going to fight them. So I'm not sure they should be here. I do need a few more enemies, I think, for this chapter. I think that... I'm not sure what the good number is. Supposedly there's 19, except for the doll heads aren't really an enemy yet. They're actually more of a concept. By that standard, they should be over here. This pipe contraption, the mortars aren't a thing yet either. So we'll move everything to concept phase that is, you know, not currently being used. These need to be reworked, the bigger versions of those. They can be okay, they're fine. These are only for against the boss. The Wallies aren't technically being used. So realistically, there's 15 enemies that will show up over the course of this, and one of them is tutorial, and these I don't even think show up either. They're Voodoo Assassins. They're talking about 6, but they're saying 2 to 3 years on 6, so, you know. I think you got some time. 5.7 is going to come out fairly soon. Looks they have a preview out for that. They are so fast about releasing new versions of the engine. I wish they'd actually fix some of their old crap when they did that. I think if I had about 20 enemies for the first chapter, that'd be acceptable. Well, technically, what doesn't count. It's actually only 14 so far, so I basically need about 6 more, which means I need the mortars to work. I don't think I want to type any enemies from there. Because they have skulls on them instead. Skull contraptions. And I don't have... These don't even work right. The chess pieces and things, because they've got a bug with them. None of these particularly interesting. Yeah, was the other one because 1 theory? No, I mean they I think the ones that get completed are the stuff they use for Fortnite. Everything else is highly debatable that they ever complete it. But if you're making Fortnite, you're good to go. Like everything you need in life is ready for you. As long as everything you need in life is game dev related and Unreal Engine related. just enemies like this. I don't want a general because that's just, I need to, I'm trying to focus things out so I know what I'm doing because I keep getting sidetracked. How many more things are? Your Mobile Legends Bang Bang models win now? Fair enough. Wait, I'm not plugged in 1 second. Just got the battery low message. I was like, oh yeah. I guess I unplugged that because I plugged in the German server. How many more enemies do I really need though? I mean, let's really think this through here. Do I really need 20? Like, at 14, that's almost a new enemy per room. Building construction too? Does it? In Fortnite does. I don't know. I did add a room. 1, 2. There's nothing under the water. Under the water. 3, 4. Annie-Zones doesn't have enemies, so let's not count that room. So we'll just hit 3 then. Then need enemies. 4. This does not need enemies. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. Technically this doesn't need enemies because Charlotte's in here, but I almost don't want her in here. But it's kind of set up for her to be here, so maybe I keep her here. So currently we're at 9. As it stands, I wouldn't need enemies for these 3 rooms. Well, actually I do need ones in this room, so 10. 11. 12. I guess enemies can be under 13. I don't think I need more enemies at all. Continue constructing more? Oh, cool. Who doesn't like constructing things? So as this stands right now, let's say I remove Charlotte from the library there. Actually, there's already enemies there, so I only need 13 different rooms worth of enemies. And I have 14 unique enemies at the moment. I don't know if I need 20 enemies. Some of the rooms are pretty big though, but I think I can make the enemies show up in more than one room. You know, like, I don't think it's unfair to have an enemy show up in 2 rooms. Like, oh, sorry, not unfair, but I mean, just like, I don't think people are gonna be like, oh, things are like recycled too much if the enemy appears in 2 rooms in the game, right? Yeah, thinking about it, maybe I don't need more enemies. Maybe I'm okay when those just need to program them to be a little better. At most, maybe I add 1 more. Our new 145 utilization models are like Gumby. I see. Just all bendy and weird and just like arm just flopping and weird, rotated, who knows what. Yeah, most of my models are basically largely what would be people, but with doll skin, doll hair and things. Actually, to be fair, they look more like regular hair. It's doll skin. What? You're really gonna have to learn to write more clearly. Whatever you say, things like half of what you say makes so little sense. I'm trying to figure out like. Usually I'm pretty good at reading people's random gibberish, but I'm having some hard times with some of your things. I don't... I guess this goes under dialogue. Actually, it's under UI, I suppose. Yeah, you have to explain what you're talking about when you just say things, because I don't know what you're talking about in a lot of things, and it's like, you just assume I know, and it's like, I don't know. I know only what you said. That's it. And without context, that can be tough. That can be real tough. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you wonder why I'm like trying to not always having much of a conversation, it's like I don't actually always understand what you're trying to tell me. Not trying to be rude, just trying to really understand. Wait, I already have a forbidden toys option, don't I? What's up, where are you? I thought I had a forbidden toys room. Where did it go? Okay. Oops. Must have deleted it without thinking. I don't have any like dialogue with any of the bosses. Weird. I'm not sure what I'm doing about cutscenes here, but I guess I'll put it on the list of things I should do. Do I need a last known location NPC? What are we even talking about? Oh. Oh, sure thing, yeah. I was looking at their stuff, their preview thing, and they're just like talking about the future, and then they promised that it would only be 2 to 3 years away, and I'm like, you guys still haven't released 7. Why are we talking about 6 here? I said, you haven't released 5.7. Why are we talking 6? What are we talking about? It's so weird. And they just, I don't know. Very strange. I really do think that they need to take a step back and fix the problems of the engine. They do promise better performance, but don't they always? Like, that's in every single press release about better performance. Except for that's not usually the case at all. Usually it's just a bunch of new features that are haphazard, never finished, and they move on to the next group of new features, and then you can't use any of them because, well, you can, but if you do, they're going to be buggy and have crap performance, and I'm still waiting for them to make nanite useful. They're already talking about a different version of it with it's like a voxel nanite instead of the way they're doing now with like the triangles or whatever. That's, I don't remember when they said they were going to release the voxel nanite. Is that in 5.7? Huh. That's a good question. Because they talked about it in the Witcher tech demo that they did. Which obviously we'll see how it, you know, how it comes out, you know what I'm saying? It's probably going to be trash for a long time. No, they haven't done it yet, because they were talking about it with that, the Witcher thingy is a new thing that they were going to do. And that's not out yet. Like, I mean, so that came, the Witcher tech demo thingy happened very recently. It's not the one with like Geralt and all that. It's the one with Ciri as the main character. That hasn't come out yet, as far as I know. Has it? I don't think it has. Look it up. There's not even an option for it to wish listed on the market, is there? On Steam. No. Yeah, it's not out yet. Well, it's not on Steam, so there's no way The Witcher 4 came out. And for release date. Unless it's on a console only. In which case, in my mind, it hasn't even come out yet. Witcher 4 is going to release as early as 2027. So, not out yet. Going to be a minute. Oh, did I get a read? Hey, Leposian, how's it going? How'd your stream go? Are you doing the cool stuff here? Actually, I guess I should ask which feature you added. Or which one you're working on currently? Maybe huge task, it's buggy it finished? Oh, what'd you finish? Oh. So Steam works with item upload. I did like, is this just you uploading something specifically for them to update your game, or is this a feature that people in the game can do to upload, you know, stuff for your game to Steam? Have you added in mod support yet? You might already have it, just to be fair. My memory is pretty much that of a cracked out goldfish. I should sleep more than I do. It'd probably help. I'm busy restructuring my to-do list so that I have an idea of where everything's supposed to be. I need to do. And removing all the duplicates because I was just derping around and have no idea. In some cases, what I'm trying to do. I was building all this earlier. It's functional, but I wouldn't use the term fun with the top section for certain. The bottom section's not too bad. You make their own things, like basically mods, change UI style, adding new maps, atmosphere, the commands, medics, and even the code. You upload to Steam and download it to the game. Access the game and real-time integration. Nice! I mean, that'll go a long way to getting people excited about your game. Just the ability to, well, create the content for you. It's pretty valuable. For certain. I think it's a better way to do it. If you're going to make a big world game like that, making all the content yourself as a solo dev is crazy. It'll never get done at that point. Do I have an NPCs option? Also, did I shrink this down? There we go. Got like 3 different to-do lists going on here. These working ons, to-dos, and God knows what else. Deciding how many enemies I want in this chapter. I only have like 13 rooms that need enemies. There's a bunch of rooms that don't use enemies. They're boss rooms or... Well, it's basically 3 boss rooms effectively. So those don't need enemies. The storage room doesn't need enemies. And super cool. Would love to give players more creative ways to play the game. Yeah. So we're going with social deduction AI. Damn. Check out your 144 Mobile Legends Bang Bang models. I mean, you can post a link or something. That'd probably help. Happy to take a look. Or you can post in the Discord, either is fine. So if you're doing social deduction AI, what is this going to be like an Among Us thing, but with the AI as an option? Huh. I mean, I guess you could play Among Us against essentially AIs. Is that... I mean, I guess single player, essentially. That's interesting. Huh. I mean, you just integrate it with like Chat GPT and it just figures out who's who, right? I guess to be fair, it could just keep guessing. Eventually it would figure you out. Huh. Wouldn't it be easier to just have the, to just do a normal social deduction? I mean, not gonna lie to you, that's probably the social deduction things. If you just focused your game around social deduction, that's like the best way to get streamers involved. Do you even need to learn how to make your own AI, or could you just, you know, integrate one of the other ones into it if they have like a thing for that? Mobile Legends Steam with the integration tool to chat get. I have no idea what that means. No. I suppose it's fair. Oh yeah. I don't know, so many places seem like they're already integrating ChatGPT into their stuff anyway, so I wonder what the legality is of that. I mean, the whole AI thing is pretty questionable legality, true. That's definitely a thing that I've asked myself a lot if some things are okay or not. Just fancy not focusing on Gen AI? Yeah, I wouldn't do it that quickly. Got the models in chat, and that is an item. You run over ChatGPT. Interesting. I have to wonder about all the legalities of all these things. I am very uncertain. Maybe Patrick Shrimp can have corpses or something. I don't know, I would probably just focus on making my, your thing a social deduction thing in general. After all, if you want to push, a party type of feeling like that with lots of people playing your game, having lobbies for some sort of social deduction thing is a good way to get you, get people there, Alright, you added this, right? I've written things multiple times in here. This puzzle thing didn't work right. Could probably fix it pretty easily now, but that's fair. I really think that you should have like some sort of focal point in your game, something that is like what you want players to do, and everything becomes ancillary to that. Because it's really hard to advertise all the things you can do in that game. Well, just in general, because there's so many options of what you can do, just having to list all that will cause people's eyes to glaze over before they've read the full list. Like, because you have so many features. But you should probably pick your best feature and hype the crap out of that. Then you get players in the door because, they're all about that feature. This chair does not like me today. Be a better chair. Gotta get a bit more cash from buying any kind of chairs, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, like when you talk about it, like, do you have an exhaustive list of features? Like, I listen to it, and I can't even name most of your features because I think most people's brains kind of shut off after a while when you just kind of keep, saying all the features. Like, it's so much information, and people often will only. There just is a certain amount of information where people kind of stop getting it anymore, I think. Call it a short attention span or something like that. I mean, it's just maybe social media problems. I don't know, but whatever the case, I know that you can tell me features for a certain amount of time, and even I will start to miss the features that you're saying because there's so many. And then when someone asks which features your game has, I can only recite like a handful. Which means everything you said past that didn't make a difference because I remember them. So, if you pick like, you know, your favorite features that are just like the ones that are just the most tuned, the best things there, and you just make your stuff all about that, it'll probably go better, I would assume. Because, I mean, pretty much every one of those big open, you know, games that has like all the different features usually has some focus point, like, you know, where that, like, when you play like GTA, that sure, people do all this RP stuff in there and there's all these weird little tasks, but at the end of the day, it's still, you know, you're still a gangster going around shooting people and things like that, and that's what draws people to it, and then they do their stuff because. Or the Final Fantasy 14, where, you know, they do like jumping puzzles and have races and, you know, fashion shows and things like that, but at the end of the day, it's still an RPG attached to it, and that's what brought people there. I don't know what you consider your best feature in the game, but and social deduction might not be a bad decision to go with that, because of the fact that quite literally, if you want a lot of people to play your game, I mean, social deduction is proven to be very good amongst content creators, which then gets eyes on all your stuff a lot. Actually, what else was I working on here? I just made the static already. I've done that. This is actually a bug. Actually, no, it's more just package game notes. It's true. True, but what does the customization do for you? I think is the question that people are going to ask. Like, okay, you can show up and you can customize all these things, but what's the goal? To what end? I mean, all these other games that do all these things always have like a goal usually. I guess things like VR chat doesn't necessarily have a goal. To be honest, I've never played VR chat, so it's hard for me to talk about that particular one. But usually you need to give a player some sort of idea of what they're going to do, right? Like, people do like have all this customization in Minecraft, but Minecraft still has an overarching, you know, thing that it does. With the whole, like, you know, digging, tunneling, chopping things down, crafting things, like that's its focus, and then you can do the other stuff, sure, but or like Skyrim has a huge amount of a modding community that lets you customize a lot of things too, but again, there's like an RPG strap to that. So you're I don't know what the purpose is in Roblox. I can't use that as an example either. I just know Roblox has a lot of customization as well, but I never played it. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I think that's the question you should be asking, you know, or you should be answering for people, is why should they customize? Once you do that, yeah. You can pretty much focus your whole game around the why, and all the features become a lot better. At least that's just my take on it. I don't know if it's necessarily the correct take, but just in what I've seen. whenever I look at it. That's just kind of what I thought as I was doing it. It's just like, you know, I don't know what to do. Like, I know there's things I can do, but why? I'm a very but why type of gamer. I'm probably not the best example of a person into, like, you know, customization. It's Alpine Super Alpha. I figured, I guess, you know, you got time. I mean, just from an advertising perspective, you can't exactly list every feature you have in, like, tweets or anything like that. People would just be like, they wouldn't even read the tweet. You know? I should have put these in order. I didn't. I'm dumb. There is no tiny land. It's the toy maze. Tiny land is a little subsection of the toy maze. Not a better idea of what I need to do. I've been spending a lot of time rethinking what my game focuses on and what I should be doing versus, you know, things I could be doing as of late. Because, well, I mean, I want this chapter to be finished someday. But even the next chapter, I was like, okay, well, there's so much space that I don't know what I'm doing with this. It's just here. Why is it here? I don't have a purpose for it. It's just here. I don't have a goal. But my game's more, you know, goal-oriented than yours, of course, you know, since you're more customization-oriented. But I also want things that don't matter. So I have the opposite problem that you have, where I want things that just don't matter to the game, that are there for the player to be randomly curious about while doing the main game, as opposed to, so I don't have all the customizations or weird extra things. So I need more ways to keep them interested, or actually more things for them to wander off the beaten path for. But only so many, of course, because, you know, my focus is not the customization. My focus is, you know, essentially a story and a relatively linear game. I mean, like, you know, it's still a Metroidvania. There's still optional paths, but it's still relatively linear in that regard. And all Metroidvanias are relatively linear. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to put this in there. I finally have use for this. It's true, I need posters. I'm not doing posters for in-universe games. I'm not fourth wall breaking. I do want a steampunk vending machine at some point. Tiny room that I teleport to. Some of these ideas I don't know about. I keep them on my list of things that maybe I might do, but maybes are fine, I guess. This is whenever someone suggests an idea and I think to myself, hey, maybe this might be kind of cool. So I add it, and I might use it as a way to keep the player busy later, but it's unlikely. Nice, the Poppet. I have an idea for that at some point. I gotta make a bunch of steampunk crap later. Yeah, the ideas can sit as they are. I don't care. I care about these combat ideas yet? I don't think so. I'm not doing that. I don't plan on doing a multi-arm Annie. You know, the summon invisible, the High Priest is active. Invisible enemies for that. I can go with this. High Priestess is the second one here. Oh yeah, I set it so you could hide yourself from the enemies as a thing. Including enemies, I guess. Sure, just to write that on there. A quick way to teleport to the painting world from anywhere. Yeah. One night, I downed some random alcohol, and then I went and wrote almost every tarot ability for the game. I just came up with abilities for almost everything. It was good. I think the game variety would be a good focal point on how to play the game. Then you can branch out and show some customizations that are possible and more popular types of games people will gravitate towards. That's fair. It's just hard in an advertisement to advertise everything, right? In most cases, you have about a minute, assuming you can keep people entertained for a minute. In most cases, you really have about 30 seconds. And in that time, you really can't talk about a lot. So you don't want to, like, you'd probably focus each advertisement on each type of thing that you want to advertise, like split it up, like, okay, this advertisement focuses on this particular thing. And then you could do an advertisement focusing on a different game mode for the next thing, and so on down the line. Otherwise, you'll run out of time just listing all your things, and it's like, huh. I see. I don't care about any of those things. But maybe you could just be like, we have all these features, and then just sit there and just do it like it does with the insanity messages, where it just starts going, you know, feature, 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 like that, and that could be the ad. Which is not a bad way of doing it, I suppose. People would definitely realize you had a disgusting amount of features. I don't know how many they'd read, but they would realize you have a disgusting amount of features. It's not wrong. You know? I broke this room earlier by lowering the hat, I think. Pretty certain I did. I lowered the hat on the building so it was up in the air. But I don't know, you're the kind of person who's looking for that kind of game more than me, so advertising to you would make more sense. I'm probably the wrong person to advertise such a game to be 100% fair. Like, I don't spend a lot of time in games customizing unless I'm already there to do something else in the game, and then I do. In most cases, I usually just make my hot chick, you know, look hotter, and that's it. And that's pretty much what I do in most games. If I play an MMO, I have a hot chick 100%. Every time. I know exactly what I like. Pretending like I'm interested in other stuff, it's just not happening. I know how I am. Capture or grab what you think is the most popular aspect and customize that for the game to catch people's attention. Attach a YouTube channel that creates some YouTube shorts for, yeah. It would definitely be best to split his things up and do like YouTube shorts for each feature. And you do the same, YouTube shorts things. I do have a fair number. They're very focused. Like the variety is often in like the number of weapons that are available and things, as opposed to things that are a little less connected, I think. It's also, this door blocks that. I didn't even notice that. Really? I made these things bigger. I didn't think about that. What am I gonna do about that? Be sad, I guess. Bummer. But I think you could really list most of my features pretty simply. Since they're all basically related around, you know, Metroidvania style abilities and the number of enemies and I don't know, there's not like a variety of game modes, so when I went to describe it on the Steam page, I didn't list all that many features because, well, I mean, some things like I wouldn't even consider a feature, just a necessity. To be completely honest, I went and looked at Bloodstain's, you know, thing there, and I definitely modeled my entire thing after how they did theirs. And I also looked at Hollow Knight, how they did theirs as well. Focusing mostly on the features that are most exciting in my game. Andy's not here? Why? Oh, that's not what I want. I've actually been cutting some of the things out that I don't think are necessary because I worry that they will be half-baked. Like, you know, I don't want a whole bunch of things in my game that are like fantastic and then some half-baked thing that I threw on top of it. Like if something is trash, I just throw it out. Which kind of the problem I've had with a lot of the boss fights is some of the mechanics I've tried for them just were not fun at all. So they get thrown out. And the save a toy mechanic has been waffling back and forth for that very reason. It's not that, actually that one's not a fun question. I think it's a question of half-baked versus fun on that one, but sometimes, yeah, someone gets thrown out because it's not fun. Someone gets thrown out because it's half-baked, you know, it's just... Oh, never mind. I split it into these. Sure. That's definitely been a problem I've encountered along the way. Some things just suck. I know I could do better. You're standing on that, you're standing in that. This model is terrible. It literally has no joints. It has like shoulder joints and it has like thigh joints. It has no feet joints and no knees, none of that. Is it going right now? Making an auto dimension feature? I see. And what does this auto dimension feature do? One must ask questions. I mean, I'm always curious what people are making. I kind of feel like I should keep the toy save mechanic, but at the same time, I really worry it's going to be too much work. Annotates dimensions from floor sleeves. House pipes go through floors to grid lines on project. Oh. You mean you're doing something useful with your time? What's that like? This useful thing? I don't understand. Sir, this is a game dev stream. We don't do useful things here. I definitely don't like anything that says I have to do all of them manually. I don't think you have to qualify that unless they're really cute. I mean, if she's hot, I'm just saying. If there's enough, well, I got to do them all manually, I'm just saying. Other than that, though. Actually, that's incorrect. You know, if I have to count all my hundreds manually, yeah, I'm okay with that one, too. So there's two instances where I'm okay with doing things all manually. Everything else, I don't know. Hear me out. I'm okay on those ones. I fixed the bug I didn't know existed, but I also remove. I wish I put these in order. I'm so stupid for putting them out of order. Because there's a room order that they go in, and I recognize the room order, and when it's not that order, I don't know what's going on. I just have to keep looking through all of them. There it is, storage room. I don't know if I'm going to add more items to Annie's shop, per se. I actually added a fourth item, didn't I? Didn't I? Could have sworn I did. That's fair, yeah, put it on. If you've never rolled on a bed of hundreds and then had to count them all later to make certain you didn't lose any, you've never lived life. Yeah, I put another item in there. I guess I want one more item just from this table. And 5 items for a thing there. This is already grossly expensive. Oh, well. Thanks for swinging by, Losian. Thanks again for the raid. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Yes. Hopefully I won't be streaming by the time you wake up or by the time you get back, because, you know, unless you come back immediately, because I don't think I'll be... I'm almost 5 hours in already. It'll be a short trip. Well. I kind of like the idea of having the extra item here, but I don't know what it would be. Also, the sign kind of gets in the way, but I like the sign, so there's that little problem. Also, I don't have to have this lamp here. I could actually have lights hanging out of the ceiling if I wanted. I was originally thinking of having a 2-story version of this, but I just came to my senses when I realized I didn't have enough items to buy in each thing. But a 5th item to buy means I gotta keep coming back for it. I could sell a crystal ball here. I wouldn't put it past Annie to steal crystal balls. I thought this box was sneaking by the door for a second there, like, you know, as a solid snake thing or something like that. But instead it was just floating that way. It was just moving along the ground by the door. It was like... Oh, that's... Oops. I'll write it down. You never know. I mean, it might come out to be a good idea later. I'm gonna need lots of enemies, and if it's just a weird little box that moves around. I wish I could put more things in the world just sitting there. Be a lot more handy. Spawning everything in everywhere is annoying. But Unreal Engine does not handle anything particularly well. No. It's not. I can just put a bunch of random dumb toys over here. They don't have to be anything special. I've already got bouncing balls and things like that. I'm sure people would love to hit them all over the place. I guess I gotta create level instances of all of them though. Or do I have a level instance of you? That's a good question. I might already have them. I mean, it's just a dumb little souvenir shop. It might be a lag fiesta though if I put too much crap in there. Oh wait, it's down here. No, it's... There we go. It's hard to tell from the outside. They are not level instances. Well. That's weird. This is a bouncing ball too. Gotta do this for optimization anyway. Pool table. I have a pool table. Face reminds me of the smell of Fable when it had a box set. Well, hopefully the smell of Fable's box set was amazing and wonderful. I've definitely never been compared to the smell of something before. So hopefully it's a good thing. I could use a pool table. There's no reason I can't have a pool table. Pool table? Because it's super easy to make pool balls. Like that, it's not even, doesn't require work. Hey Wrongman, how's it going? And pool cues, they're a little weirder, but they can be done. And the table itself is also not hard to do. Maybe in the third area I'll have more game room stuff. And I'll theme the upper ones there as like a Halloween one and like a pirates thingy, and then since the bottom one, the first floor area is more like a city thing, I could easily have a pool room with lots of pool tables, and I could hide things in there. I could even potentially use pipes to connect the pool table together, so you could wander through the pipes underneath it. It would have to be really big for that to work, though. Not really. I haven't really built a dollhouse area yet. Like anywhere where a dollhouse would be. I didn't theme it. Originally the basement was going to have dollhouse stuff, but in a way you're almost like in a giant dollhouse anyway. It feels like half the time. Because I have areas that kind of feel dollhouse-like in a way. I mean, they're not themed as a dollhouse, but they make you tiny, or they make you feel about normal sized. Could feel like a weird version like that inside of a thing like this, so... I don't know. Because, I mean, anytime you go in these places, it has the same type of feel. Much of it is, I don't have any particular assets that look really dollhouse-like. I guess the Victorian house stuff could look like a dollhouse. I mean, I could make like a room or two like a dollhouse or something, or just a big room that's just a giant dollhouse. And all it would really be is stuff that's been scaled down to essentially the same size as in the playroom, right? Because that's essentially what the playroom is, right? It's dollhouse size, right? Actually, it's too big for a dollhouse even then now. So it'd probably be like half the size again of that. Yeah, house and a house. We'll say 25% the size. I mean, you never know. I don't have need of a dollhouse right now because it doesn't thematically fit with anything I currently own, because this is more like Halloween-y, creepy circus, who knows what thing up here on this floor. And the next area is a lot closer to like a Neverland slash, you know, safari type of thing. I guess to be fair, Neverland has a pretty similar feel to both, but I mean, it's more that kind of stuff, pirates and stuff like that. And the third area is, of course, a city thing, which could easily have a lot of those things. And a dollhouse would be... I don't have any creepy dollhouse assets, right? So I wouldn't have anything for that kind of setup. I'd have to go with a regular dollhouse if I did that. So it would almost certainly have to be the third chapter unless I could find some... Well, everything is very pirate themed in the second chapter. So it's... I actually considered doing like a replica of it. Well, the problem is this building is so huge. Like a scaled down version of this building would be pretty massive, but I mean, I guess maybe like because I can do this like this. Oh, don't for that. Where's the thingy to grab? I want to duplicate. Buddy, pal, friendo. I'd like to duplicate this and move it over. Was it locked? It's locked, that's why. Let me relock that again. Oh, damn, thanks, TX. Wow. Man. Thanks, man. Thanks, Valorant. Welcome, welcome. Actually, to be fair, you gave out some else, but still welcome, welcome, man. Thank you for the sub. Yeah. Man. You know what the best part is that actually unlocks 2 different new emojis. Because now there's like 21 subs, which means that every, like, it's like 10 subs, 20 subs. I think 30 is the next one or something, where I get to, like, you know, I get one more regular emoji and one more animated. Does it? Wow. Was that actually the game account? Wait, what? Wow. Well, damn, thanks. I didn't even realize it was the game account. I just thought the person did actually just name themselves Valorant. I was like, that's a rare name to come up with there. Everyone else has these complex names, and this person's just like, nah, I've been here since the start. Oh, wow. Well, thanks, Valorant, for that, too. thanks, DX. Yeah. I guess I gotta go make some more emojis. The struggle is so real. Granted, 90% of the time it's just me spamming emojis in other people's chats, and I'm just saying, just other people's chats, just spam emojis, and half the time I make meme ones. I need a cat one because I have the Poppet one where she's, you know, doing the meme of the Karen, you know, yelling at the cat, but I don't have a cat yet, so I have to use someone else's cat emoji. It's not the same. It's just not the same. Just be yelling at a cat. I do have a cat in my game, so I can make dreams come true. This is important in life. I just started making all the different meme ones, all the Twitch ones, just all the out of my own stuff, because I was like, well, they already had the best expressions, so why not just do that? Yeah, it's like 30s the next time I get more emojis. Okay. Cool, well, thanks. Yeah. Alright, so the plan here, I can actually just scale this down, right? Oh, I'm gonna lock this one in place again, right? Or did I lock that? I got sidetracked. Lock it. So I can just scale this down, right? And then I can use this item. It obviously won't do anything because of the fact that there's no floors inside, but if I locked all the floors inside of the other thing there, which eventually I'll probably do. Are you like on top of things here? I have questions. Oh, it's just built into the city? Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, it's funny that the car's in there, so we're gonna keep the car in here. Never question. I mean, I could do this. This is still too large for Poppet. Isn't that funny? She's still tiny by comparison to the doors. Honey, I shrunk the car. Actually, it's Honey, I shrunk the building and forgot to shrink the car. But more like Honey, I blew up the car, right? Because there's a Honey, I blew up the kids. Huh. So it probably needs to be like 0.2, right? I don't know, how big is... If we're gonna scale down Whimsy Wonders, I kind of wish all the floors and everything were in here too, so then I could actually have that stuff, but... I couldn't have the doors because the doors are, Well, no, I could. I would just have to change them all directly inside of the level thing. Oh no. The car is actually on the street. It's part of the city thing. All this stuff is the city. Hell yeah, Choo-Choo. I am gonna have a train in the 3rd chapter. It doesn't make sense in the other chapters, which is why I don't have one. I mean, it's not very Halloween or circusy or anything like that. It's not very piratey, but the 3rd chapter, I get to do things like that. Oh, that's right. Hype train emote. Do I get one? Train emote. I didn't even click it. Oh, I didn't see a hype train emoji thing appear. Aww. The struggle is real. You see how tiny Poppet really is?
Why are you talking to me? I'm not talking to me.
Even at 20% size, this building is still too big for her. Like, for her to have realistically use it. I mean, well, she's pretty short. As a human, she's not particularly short. She's not particularly tall. She's pretty average. I think she was like 5'5". I wrote down these numbers. I am apparently 0.10. Okay, so if I just make this thing 0.10 size, wouldn't be all that fun, I don't think. At this size, like, it might be more fun if it's a little larger, because like you jump and hit a hole at their floor. Because I mean, Poppet can jump. She can jump higher than the door. And you know what? Most doors are like 6.5 feet up or so, approximately the top. So she can jump like 6.5 feet just straight up in the air. More than her own height, which is probably would be like what, 5'5", 5'6". Maybe. I don't know. This is not probably not too far off the actual size it would be, though. I mean, it's stuck up. It's supposed to be a little lower on the ground, so she's already looking out a window, and this thing needs to be moved down a little bit. Well, you'd basically be running through the building with all the walls and doors as they were, but nothing locked. Which is fine. But would that really be fun?
I stitched my dreams to the airship sails.
Because if you ran around like that, you would just basically... You wouldn't be able to jump to fight. You would just have to fight things that are basically at, you know, normal level. Like a regular RPG, essentially. And there'd be no additional content. You would just literally be running through here. A small version of that, which would be interesting at first, but there's a lot of rooms in this thing. Could you imagine going through like 80 some odd rooms in these buildings? It would only be the top part. It wouldn't actually involve the basement, I imagine, because why would they make a building that exposed everything in their basement? That'd be weird. So it's an interesting idea. No, the 0.01. God, Queen's so slow. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Maybe. Unfortunately, it sticks out the bottom, so I couldn't just drop it on a shelf very easily because it really sticks out the bottom. You know, just wouldn't quite fit the shelf too well. Weird souvenirs. Okay, well, even at 0.1, it's a very large building in that regard. But here, a tiny version. Yay! Look at the lights on that thing. Oh god, the end has come. It's a building flashlight. You just walk around with the building and just go beep 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 beep. And that would be yeah. Kind of an awkward flashlight, but I'm just saying. It's actually conceivable that I want to remove all the lights from the front of this building. There's actually no purpose in them even being on here. Because you can't get out there. It would just be for screenshots, essentially. Yeah, the lights, like, they might scale in their size, but the actual, like, intensity of them doesn't change with the scale like that. I haven't programmed it to do that. So it's actually just the same intensity, just shrunk down to a tiny little thing. So, I mean, it's a little awkward, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little awkward, maybe. But in all reality, I probably should edit this building to remove these from there. They're a waste of resources. I mean, Megalights makes it where it kind of doesn't matter. But we're talking like months before I even get to this point down here. And even then, I probably need to hurry up because I don't know how this game's releasing in a year if I'm still dinking on chapter 1 here, and I... So much more to go! I may or may not underestimate how much the size of this game is. So any way I can reduce the content while still adding more content is good. Like, reduce the scope without reducing the content. Yeah, I'm gonna RFG these lights. I don't think they need to be here. I think that it's just weird. Because you can't see them and it's just wasting resources. I have wondered if I'm going to do it a different way or not than the full-on release. It might be that it gets like an early access or something with what's available and then updates happen. Because if it comes down to the game has to be released in a half-finished state in order to hit next October, I would rather the game take longer and be better than just be kicked out the door as trash, basically. But if I let people playtest it early by simply saying early access, because at that point, there's probably going to be close to, like, I don't know, 10 hours worth of content at the very least, if not more. So it won't be like the worst early access ever. Most Metroidvanias aren't even longer than 10 hours in the first place. They usually intend for you to replay them a bunch, but they're usually not very long games. I just find them really fun. Yeah. Well, at some point there's going to be the Steam playtests, because apparently you can do playtests on Steam and it's not a demo release. So I'm going to set those up. I need to figure out how. And chapter 1 will almost certainly be the first playtest, I assume. Or maybe at least up to Patrick will be the first playtest, which is still like, you know, some odd half an hour plus, maybe more, because I'm adding a whole bunch to the toy maze in the safari room. So potentially that's actually a lot. It took like half an hour before I added a bunch of content. And then the next test would be like the first chapter, just to see how people liked stuff. But it's possible that early access is the right call. We'll have to see. If I do an early access, it would start next October anyway. Like, either way, I assume that the game needs some baking before it reaches the early access phase. If I go to early access, I'll make a longer version of the game, though, because what I want to do is I'll want to add in everything I want to add, as opposed to, you know, I'm against the gun, therefore I have to just do what I gotta do to get it out. Because, you know, being on a time limit does mean you have to make some tough cuts. Whereas if I just have infinite time, I have plenty of time to come up with ideas. Well, not really infinite. I wouldn't want to work on the game literal forever. I'd want to move on to the next game eventually, but I would do a lot less cuts. That's for certain. I do like the idea of a little dollhouse thing here. There, I always. Oh yeah, it shows all the little text thingies because of those, because it has the little grippy things. I gotta write Whimsy Wonders on the front of it if I'm gonna do that, though. We'll put a bunch of little buildings here as placeholder ideas. The cool thing about level instances is they basically add almost no additional cost. Almost no additional cost. They're close. Yeah. Well, that's what happened with that 20% of the building. It's just like, okay, well, what was all the purpose of these things sitting over there on that side? I couldn't think of one. So without a purpose, it's like, well, now that became the new front of the store because of that. But... And every single thing that it's like I put in all the rooms I'm supposed to, and then some extra rooms with some ideas, and then it's like here's some other rooms that are kind of in between rooms that didn't have a purpose. We am going to talk about the third chapter. Third chapter is such a pure concept phase that yeah. but originally it was gonna be like 6 chapters or something, but I started realizing that I didn't cut any content. I just realized that there wasn't much reason to split it into 6 chapters. Like there were chapters that nothing really happened of true merit, so I don't know why they were there. Yeah, a little toy store. I like that idea, thanks. Okay, well, listen, sometimes you don't have double jump enabled. Okay, well, that's so much more effort than it is when I could just, you know, hang myself to get there, right? Now I gotta make it more adorable looking from the outside if I'm gonna use it as a little thingy. Though the fact that you can use the toy store as a platform is kind of funny. Toy store platforms. Oh, yeah. It's because I did the little hide button. Which is a thing that's not going to stay in the game. It's just for screenshots, so I can hide the interface. And thus make things look cooler. Alright, well. Let us open the Whimsy Wonders level. Let's just browse to it, because I am lazy. One of the ideas I had for this, and do I even still have it? I might still have it, so you can see what it was. I think I do. I considered taking the Castlevania idea where you flip the building upside down and then have a whole extra section with that. But the reason it got vetoed was then I have to design twice the number of enemies and bosses in the game. And I realized that that might be a bit much. Like, if, you know, if I had infinite money, we could talk. But I did flip the building upside down on one of these things just to showcase that. And it's a really old version of the layout, too. Like, a really old version. And I mean an old version of the game. It's also lagtastic. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I was gonna make it like all bloody and broken and everything, you know. There's a version of the toy maze, but it's missing like all that stuff. Some of these rooms haven't changed that much. The magician's got like missing a bunch of stuff. Tables and things. Jesus, that's bright. Nothing in the front of this. Had some weird altar thing that's not even there anymore. The Forbidden Toys room is huge. Oops. I can't tell where things are upside down, by the way. It's very bad. Some of these rooms haven't changed hardly at all. Candy canes, Christmas trees, Poppet and sundress. I mean, we just go full Coraline with this, you know, just full alternate world that's like better. I was supposed to be like a you know, a broken world that you find, as opposed to, you know, not a nice world. Oh. Oops, I don't want that on. It's like it. I was gonna make a final area, and you'll need the World Terror to wander around it. I guess you don't technically need it because the technically the devil one would get the job done ish. There's ways to go infinite with sanity, so you don't really have to worry about it particularly. Yeah, but the world upside down was so weird. It's like such a strange place. I started putting more pipes on the ceiling in a couple rooms because of that thing. I was like, okay, this is weird. It's obviously laggy as hell and not very cool, but suddenly the ship is so much more useful. It's too dark to see a lot of crap in here, though. It sucks a bit, but I used to have a giant mirror in this room, but it was super laggy. Oh. It had kind of a cool look. I actually discovered that the water with the red light almost looked like blood on the ground. So all the walls could look crazier and everything. Even though it's just the weather thingy raining. Finally a use for this thing. I guess there was something except for the Forbidden Toys room being ginormous. It's really easy to figure out where some stuff is, but it's really hard to see in this. I forgot how dark this map is. It's possible I could still do that, but I had a different idea for the final area that was probably more fitting, because I didn't have a good explanation for why there'd be a giant upside down building. I get that, you know, the curse has to come from somewhere. But holy crap, that candle is huge. Well, there's a thing spawned on top of me in here or something. Obviously this map is really broken. But I do like the blood thingy. Yeah, that is kind of cool. I forgot about that. So I've kept this map just as for ideas. I don't know what I was under there, but something was awkward. The Safari room was actually probably one of the coolest ones as far as the way it was, though it's a really old version of the Safari room. I can't figure out where stuff is in this building, by the way. Washroom. Should be like Charlotte's room. Charlotte's room was weird too. Here we go. Nope. And then you could actually walk around on things like upside down, and it was much cooler than some of the other options. It gave you a real reason to use the airship, but the problem is then I gotta design the game to operate upside down and have it be fun, which adds an even harder design flavor to my game. That I guess some of it doesn't need to be that specially designed, because at this point Poppet's so mobile and she can just outright fly. But yeah, I don't know. This map was so open before. It's like a time capsule. Yeah, it'd be weird. 3D upside down is very strange. I can't say I recommend it. But hey, you know, now you know. It was the thing I experimented with. I do like the blood effect. I think that is cool. I will probably use it for the final area. But having a whole separate weird world doesn't make as much sense. I actually planned a different strategy.
Load up. Reloading. Sort of loading. The concepts for the 4th chapter. Yeah, no. I planned a different strategy where they had walled off the other portion of the place with a room that looks different, and I haven't made it broken looking or anything like that, but I'll probably put a bunch of things to make it broken. And that there's a little portal that gets you through to the other area that's been walled off, including hidden bottom areas. So this means that I can get away with maybe like a floor and a half of stuff as opposed to an entire upside down building or God knows what else that I'm coming up with, you know, like at some point I gotta make the game finishable by just myself. I guess I don't need the leverage altar anymore. I put this here thinking just as my placeholder for what the leverage altar is like supposed to do. These are concept ones and they never look anywhere close to what they're going to be later on, but I just put everything here I need for. And then I realized that I needed this way earlier because if you're going to get every leverage tarot from there, getting them all in the final chapter would be weird. And make most of them kind of superfluous. So I was like, well, now I got to put this early on. It's kind of stupid. Yeah. I guess I move the curtain, whatever, it can stay moved. I was probably going to reveal a hidden area behind it anyway, or maybe when you... Yeah, I don't know. Did you upgrade to beat the game? Found that annoying? I may or may not have a new game plus, but I don't know if I will. Like, if I do add it, then it'd be a feature later, assuming the game is successful, right? Like, if nobody wants to play the game, ain't no one making a new game plus, you know? I'm saying it's just not happening, but it could be an extra mode that I just add in, because I'm assuming that, you know, if people are like the game and are, you know, buying it, I'll just keep releasing free DLCs to get people to, you know, keep picking up the base game, right? After all, like Bloodstained released 14 of them, and I use that as a pretty good inspiration for how to be successful. And when I went back to play the game, I was like, wow, look at all these new things. This is so cool. And I would do the same with this. Like, you know, it's like I just keep adding more stuff because I don't need people to pay for the DLC if it gets more people to just buy the game initially, right? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's like an entire, like, you know, it's like multiple hour DLC, okay, then maybe then I might charge for that. But, you know, if we're talking new outfits and new features like New Game Plus, and I don't think I'm ever going to have a randomizer. I don't know how that would even work. But, you know, any of these things I would, you know, it's like, oh, here's a small section area that I just added in. Yeah, sure, that stuff, like a world inside this painting. If it's multiple hours, oh, okay, maybe a different story, but it would depend on the scope. Like, remember what remember what expansions were like? Yeah, see, if it was an expansion to the game, then I'd probably charge for that. If it's just a DLC, probably not. Well, I guess I already have a scaled down Whimsy Wonders building. Jeez, why you gotta go and provide a useful, like, you know, location for your idea? Can't you be like the rest of Twitch chat who just gives me some off the wall idea and then never tells me what I should do with it? Never gives me any ideas and just says, you'll figure it out. Damn, some people. That's not the Twitch chat way at all. Yeah, I love it when, I love when people offer ideas. I don't always use them. Okay, there are a lot of ideas I don't end up using. Some people have some really weird ideas. Some ideas just don't fit. Like, I can't, like, anytime someone suggests, hey, put a bunch of humans in it. It's toys. Can't do that. I've had people suggest that, like, they're too big, you know, I can't do that. Or things that make no sense, like fourth wall breaks and like that. And, okay, like, Poppet's not Deadpool. A little secret, she's not Deadpool. She's effectively immortal in that she'll just keep respawning, so, you know. I do have my Andy from Toy Story. It's really simple. It's Charlotte, right? There's your young, you know, there's your child character. She just happens to be a ghost. And it's important that she's there because, well, you need an antagonist of sorts. And, you know, you need something to make it seem like you're small, right? I mean, the building helps too, but having an actual character that's much larger than you helps too. I probably need to rework how Tink is, because I don't really want her to be large at that point, because I'd like Charlotte to serve this purpose and not Tinka. I haven't put as much thought into her as I should. She always had the painting world. She was never large in the other games. The theory was that she was just like a regular sized person's ghost, but that's not even accurate. There could be like a painting inside there. She could also just be walking around the place too. It's like a little version of herself. Give her a little house in there or something like that. Also make her tiny. Because when she appears in all the paintings, she's tiny. That's definitely a problem I have going on right now. I'm trying to figure out what I even want to do with the painting world. It's... yeah, I don't know. I also need to fix your model because it's got some problems. Before I do that, I need to fix these bouncing ball thingies here because they are off-centered here where they're supposed to be. That's what happens when you make a level instance. It just takes the information of the level you are currently on. I need to re-import her model again because she no longer blinks because I forgot to import the morph that lets her blink. So she can't blink, so she just has this wide-eyed stare. Man, she's just hovering over here like that. I need to make it so she doesn't have a portal when she summons in either like that. She's just here. Yep. She's just there, you know, lives in the paintings and watches you. But she's huge, and that's... yeah. I took one of the Epic's, you know, movement things for flying. You'll see Charlotte use it too, because I haven't put normal flying things in. And it rotates randomly, but the head doesn't, because head's meant to look at me, so it's kind of weird. Wait, why are none of the lights working? I have questions. I have questions. Lights. Lights? Gives me some people to try or find to try rather than have it be a central part of the story. And you kind of like an Easter egg for Instagram. Well, I mean, it's how you, it's the map travel for the game, right? You travel through the paintings to get to other locations. So it serves a purpose. And originally, the way the painting world worked in the RPG Maker one was that you would rescue things and you'd rescue various, you know, other toys and drag them back here, and then they would provide kind of services, if you will, and almost like a little town setup. And I made it much bigger this time around for reasons, because I actually originally was going to be bigger than this. This is the toned down version. And it just acts as a way to connect everywhere in the game, with the first 4 paintings being chapter 1, then chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, though the painting numbers might be off on that. But to be honest, there could be the 5th painting there, and I could just make a tiny version of her walking around, which would then save on needing to have flying animation for anybody but Charlotte, which I won't need till later. I mean, she's flying inside the paintings. Of course, in the other one, she was just standing in the paintings and walking around. She could do. There's no reason she's specifically flying. Being a ghost, sure. But I could give her a little castle in the center or something. And she could walk around in it. It's true.
Like she could just be size 1. Little Tinka. Also, why weren't these working? Let me double check that. That's because these say the painting world, right? And this thing is painting world. Is that what that would? No, that's room 73. I'm so sad there's no room 1408. I'm just saying. It doesn't tell you there's a room, but yeah. I gotta fix these things here or they will be incorrect. Then I will be the sad. I can also put more paintings around here too if I decide to expand more. Like for DLCs, I can actually have, you know, you could travel through a painting to, I don't know, a different building. She might be stuck here because of the curse, but yeah, you know, maybe there's some reason you can leave now. I don't know, sure, why not? I just switched it to painting world, so everything's got to say painting world, which means he's got to say painting world too. I don't know why these are like right next to each other, but it's a little weird. They don't need to be next to each other either. Whatever. Changes will likely happen. Probably. Yeah. It's kind of always the plan, you know, just have these little paintings there available. So, because originally the game was you traveled through paintings to get to worlds. Actually, originally the game was you traveled through paintings to get to other portions of an attic. It was like some bizarre cursed attic. And then later on it became paintings to get to different worlds. Then that was ludicrous on the scope I had for that. That was just pure stupidity on my part. And it got toned back to being inside of a warehouse thingy, which then got turned into a toy store. Because it was a dilapidated warehouse on the edge of the city, essentially. And then it wasn't. Yes. Yes. And then it wasn't. Yes. Coming soon? Yeah. That's true. I'm not sure if I want a fourth wall break like that, but maybe for purposes of how it's been done. Like chapter 3 coming soon. Honestly, I could just write the painting names as coming soon because the painting names are written on the bottom of these things. I haven't even actually met. Oh yeah, I'm not in game. Coming soon would probably be better. So let's say I make Tiny Tinka. And that gives her more of a thing. She needs to have a way less bright light on her if that's the case. She's got multiple lights on her too. It's not a bad plan. We actually have 3 secret lights on Poppet, so she's more visible. Actually, one light makes her look like she's actually in the light, because if you didn't have that, she would never look like she was in the light. She's too far from the actual light. True. Actually, I think I'm just gonna clone Poppet's things. Actually, wait. She's so small now. Yeah, maybe I do that. I don't want her to appear like some godlike entity or something. She's just ginormous. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, here, let me illustrate to you what it looks like if Poppet doesn't have lights on her. It's really easy to do because the moon makes clones and the clones don't have lights on them, right? So, first of all, Poppet is standing in a light right now. Thought I'd point this out, but she made a clone there. That clone is also standing in the light, by the way. Not very well in the light, huh? Let's put her directly in the light. So that's what she would look like in the light there. Not very well lit. So Poppet's light actually simulates her in the dark too. We decided. About 17 months now, I think. Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, just look at Poppet's face without the lights. You can see that she has a really creepy look, right? Like, she doesn't look very good. You can barely tell her hair or anything like that. Meanwhile, this Poppet obviously has lights on her hair and face. Also, something went through her head. Weird. And it makes a big difference because you can spot where she is, because otherwise you're running through the dark and you really can't tell as easily where she's at. Even with the hat over, it does that. But otherwise, I mean, let me bring up Poppet's thing. I think it's just the curse light there. It just has an attenuation there. So let's set the intensity to not a zip, nothing. Sure. Normally 2000. Everybody remember 2000. She still has the lights on her, the two lights on her. I didn't turn those off. But I guess to be fair, those are at least helpful there. But I mean, to give you an idea, she counts as being in the light right now. I guess if I turn those lights off, you can see better. I'm going to write down these numbers so I don't forget. I will forget. The worst memory ever. Yeah, the face light. Face light has a 30 intensity. And then backlight, yeah, backlight is a 50, sure. Okay, so and this is a pretty well lit map too. So I mean, like, if you put her on a map that's not well lit, this is how the game was for a really long time, by the way. It's like, oh look, I'm in the light now. See how much worse Poppet looks without the face light too? And like I say, this is a pretty well lit room. The game's gotten a lot brighter as time's gone along. Because, quite simply, dark game before. And some of the early curse mechanics worked with like making the lights dimmer and dimmer and dimmer as you ran out of Sandy, but then it's like, well, you can't play the game. So I've been changing that up because originally I was relying more on actual darkness, and now I have like DreamWorks darkness where things are like blue. DreamWorks, Illumination, Pixar, take a pick. I'll take a bio break after this little test here to show how bad it is without the lights. I mean, it gets ugly. The maze has very few lights. It's not well lit at all. But you can't really tell where Poppet's at very easily. You need a way to focus on her, essentially. Plus, she has red hair, so you know you gotta highlight red hair, right? And this is more what you're dealing with throughout the game. Kind of loses something, huh? And I say the game is a lot brighter than it used to be. But even then, you just never look particularly good. This room's pretty bright, kinda. Except for just one thing, Poppet still looks pretty dark, doesn't she? Creepy, if you will. Creepy indeed. But don't worry, without that curse light, or without the light like that shows she's in the light, this is what she looks like when she's actually standing in the light, like by a light. She's practically hugging the dumb thing. And she doesn't even look all that well lit up in the first place. over here, like, she can't even see anything. It doesn't even look like she's in light because the little bar here makes it where she's really not actually in light. And there's no real way for me to go, oh, she's standing in this particular light here. It can't tell. It doesn't know if she's in the light or not. There's no way to really know that. So yeah. This is why Poppet has lights on her, because she looks horrible without them. Horrible. Oh, I uploaded a level, so I have to manually redo them. But that's okay. This was 2000. Yeah, the curse light sits there and it changes between white and purple, so you look like you're in the darkness more. Try to, you know, make it seem like you're in the darkness more when you're out there, but it's kind of defeated slightly by the fact that the back and front lights exist now. But if you're gonna have a female character, you should probably play upon the fact that she looks good. If you don't do that, you might as well have a male character. It's really that simple. You might as well have a male character. Yeah, everything is back in golden. Well, I mean, the hope is that you get the 60 FPS. Like, and you know, the AAA people are happy if you get 30. I'm aiming for 60. Right now, when the game is packaged and I'm not streaming, it gets 50 to 70. And there's plenty of optimization I can still do, of course. I'm still building the game, so optimization happens all the time. As far as the recommended hardware, the big problem right now is mega lights requiring hardware ray tracing to be that effective. Like, you can do the software ray tracing, but you're probably not going to get good FPS. So I'm going to test it on a 1080 because I have a 1080 at the office. But I'm going to assume you need a 2000 series card at the very minimum to run the game, because I just don't think that the 1000 series really supports the ray tracing. And then, until I find a better way for mega lights to do something, I don't know what else to do. That's pretty much just where it stands if I had to release it right now. Like, they make updates of things, so it's possible like a lot can change since then. So with how often, there'll probably be like 3 or 4 more versions of Unreal Engine before I even release this game, because it seems like every few months they kick out another version. So we'll see what I get out of that, if there's some sort of optimization that happens along the way. But I would be in shock if it's less than a 2000 series card that's required to run this game at any reasonable frame rate. If you have a 3000 series or better, like the equivalent for AMD, like I have a 6700 XT and that's running Unreal Engine and the entire game, and then I have a 3060 Ti that's handling the streaming. Neither one of them can run the game at the 50 to 70 when I'm not, or when the game's packaged and not in Unreal Engine on the Epic graphics setting. But unfortunately, when the game, when everything's running and all the streaming stuff, my computer is something of a potato, and I'm happy if I get 30 at that point. But that's my current target if I have to release today. Thankfully, I do not have to release today, and I might come up with a better strategy in the future to improve some things. Once I get the packaged demo testing out, I'll take it to my office and test it on that computer and see what happens. That computer was my previous computer before I did this one's updates. Yeah, like, I know there's people who are like worried, upset that it isn't going to run probably run the 1000 series card, but I don't know what to tell them. Buy a better graphics card at some point, guys. I mean, like, the 1000 series is like well over a decade old at this point. Come on, like, yeah. My hope is to be able to run it on the Steam Deck, right? I don't know if that's possible though, but I would like to be able to run it on a Steam Deck as well. I don't own a Steam Deck, so I don't have any way to test it. And it's definitely not going to be Steam Deck, you know, super compatible when I first release it, because I don't have any way to test it. I have no idea. Yeah. A 1660, I mean, you know, yeah, I assume that, like I say, I'm going to try it on a 1080, and I'm assuming it will run on a 1080. I'd be surprised if it does. It just won't run well. You'll probably be struggling to hit 30 FPS on a 1080 because hardware ray tracing, like they just don't have the ray tracing. But before that, it wasn't that big of a problem. But the problem was the lighting was so bad before that, and I was having like performance issues before that. Like the game was not doing well. So Megalights really increased the performance of the game. Really did. I probably should put some sort of recommendeds on the my Steam page, but I wanted to wait until I had some good numbers to really rely on before I said, "Ah, yeah, this is the thing." Is it though? Is it really? I mean, maybe. But is it though? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at the Steam things, I don't know if that's necessarily true. That they say that like 1000 series cards are pretty common still. Man, if AAA companies can't get an Unreal Engine 5 to run on those series cards, I don't really know how I think I'm going to be able to. Yeah, I'll buy this type of game. That's true. Yeah, it's surprising, but you got to remember they also count the whole world, and I'm not really targeting the world. Not really. I'm targeting English-speaking countries because honestly, just localizing it to all these other ones would be pretty tough. And there's lots of text written in the game too. So if the game does well, we can talk about some other areas, but I'm not looking to go above and beyond, you know. I don't want to make it too hard to release the game. Like, I don't want to go so far out of bounds, you know, where it's just like, there's no world where I'm going to pull this off. Manage expectations. Like, I can always add to it later if people really like it. Fuck them, yeah, you know. A P4000 from like Walmart, will that work? I don't even know what the P4000 is, so how does it compare against, you know, like a 2000 series, you know, AMD card, or I don't know what the equivalent for the a 2000 series NVIDIA card, and I don't know what the equivalent is for an AMD in that. Because I know the 6000 series AMD cards are comparable with the 3000 series NVIDIA's. But yeah, I don't know. One of the things is, like, all I can really do is compare it against things that I know. Well, if you have a 3000 series NVIDIA card, then you'll be fine. We're talking about, you know, potentially trying to test it on a 1000 series. And a 2000 series should be more than good enough. So a 3000 series, I mean, I'm running the game on a 3060. Well, actually, I'm running the game on my 6700 XT AMD card, but it can run on the 3060 Ti, no problem. I'm assuming at 3800. You say it clocks at that. Oh. I guess you're right. He's saying clocks. I actually don't know what they clock at. Huh. Huh. Oh, similar to 1070. Oh. Oh. 350 at Walmart, the SATA adapter, and 6-pin. Graphics design type graphics card. Huh. I mean, what's the name of it? Like, the clock thingy is not really going to help much for purposes of figuring out what it is. Huh. Well, I mean, it comes down to how powerful it is against those. Does it have ray tracing? Would be the two things that would dictate a lot. NVIDIA Quattro. I mean, that's like a whole line of them, though. Quattros. Or quadros. Oh. There's a Reddit thing explaining it. It's not a common card at all. None of the quadros are common cards. Everything, what are these things about here? I've never even heard of one until now. They're saying the quadro is misleading. The Quadro A4000 is barely a 3070 Ti, which is still better than my graphics card, my NVIDIA graphics card. So, I mean, I would assume as long as it had ray tracing, but if it's some powerful art card, I would assume it would have ray tracing capabilities, right? Like, is that not a thing? I don't know. How does it run for other games? Yeah. Oh, have you ever tried to run a game on those cards, TX? Like, I don't know. Like, I've never even heard of them until now. So I don't. It's not like I have access to one to test on. I mean, just saying. You get fired? Oh, damn. Yeah, don't do that. That's bad. NVIDIA can tell me things. Tell me stuff, NVIDIA. Blah, blah, blah. HCPUs like that. Different audiences. You know, ray tracing. It might be the same as the RTX. I don't know. It might. I mean, Quattro RTX. Well, this one said it revealed its world's first ray tracing was a Quattro RTX. So, and this was in 2018. So I'm assuming that it's got ray tracing capabilities. I mean, if it's like a heavy duty art thing, can't imagine any world where they wouldn't include ray tracing in that. Especially when you're paying a premium. But without having any way to test it, I mean, they say it's got different things, but I'd have to look down the list to see what different things for, different, for all things means. But I would assume it probably can. I mean, have you tried other games on it? Right? Have ran Riva, my personal 4080 Super, and it ran like nothing. Okay. So we know the 4080 is powerful indeed. Yeah, I don't know. Lever PC? Yes. Our PC sounds very beefy. Yes. We usually get a lot of, time and money. You get a lot of time out of a PC. Like, when you just factor in how much you're paying per hour for enjoyment, it's like a no-brainer. I haven't bothered to upgrade mine in a bit. It's because I don't see any reason to at this point. It does everything I need now, but, someday. Yeah, very good at Minecraft. Use it for pictures. Okay, well, I don't know if that's a particularly difficult standard to meet. Very great on Minecraft, but maybe. Maybe sure about one that was able to upgrade anytime I wanted to. Yeah. Yeah, 120. I mean, it's not actually that hard to get these days, the RAM thing. Now, if it was VRAM, God, that'd be a lot of VRAM. Jesus. I think I'm sitting at like 64 gigs of RAM at the moment. I haven't found anything that's even come close to using all of it, so haven't seen a reason to upgrade yet. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I gotta use the restroom real fast. I'm right back. I missed messages. What are we saying here? Blah blah blah. Only I haven't been able to do is finally hook 6 monitors to my PC. You just need to... Actually, I don't even know what you just need at that point. I'm sure there's some sort of splitters or something like that, or maybe you need a beefy card, I imagine. On top of the same. Your video switch? Yeah, maybe. I think I can get 4 on mine or something. There's enough slots for 4, and that's about it. Let's sit over on YouTube. I can do 98 something gigabyte solid. 1000G open. Still have 124 gigs RAM. Gigabyte, gigabytes. Oh. So you don't really need that much RAM. It's VRAM that's all that's ever useful for games. Like, RAM is... After about 64 gigs, I haven't found a use for any of them. And even then, not many things can push it to that. I do have some design things that can do it, but it's unusual for certain. Looking for a 2 PC input and 6 monitor output. Can you even switch? Sounds like quite the battle station you're building over there. I am some amount envious, for certain, about this battle station that you are creating. Yes. Yes, indeed. I was going to have a Whimsy Wonder's name on this too. I forgot about that. I get sidetracked easily. That's fine, though. All too often, I just kind of derp around and be about that. But I have a standing desk, and unfortunately only 2 monitors really fit on the standing desk. I put them on arms, and that was about it. Like, there's just not space for it. But I'm supposed to stand more often because it's better for me. I should probably be standing now, to be completely honest. So I bought it, and now it's like, well, if I want more monitors, what, am I buying more standing desks? That's all weird. Adjustable tables or something? I don't know. I also don't know what I would do with the 3rd monitor. Like with 2, I need 2 for streaming, because if you try to stream with 1, it's terrible. You're just like looking at your stuff over here, and then you have to like divide part of your thing up here for your doing all your, you know, crap in the background. It's kind of awkward. I mean, you could go infinite if you want. Like, oh god, infinite, but why? So it's kind of a little awkward. For certain. Okay. I had a plan here. I guess I should continue while I chat working on it. Put the Ultra Dynamic Sky on here just so I can see what I'm doing. Bam! Oh, that's right. I added in a whole section of the building. I made a whole special level just so I could put one tiny little hole through it for the 2nd chapter. I remember that now. I forgot I did that till now, but let's go find the front of the building, shall we? There's actually a shortcut you can do with your mouse wheel, but it's so awkward. See, it just does that. So weird. I said in Discord, I don't know myself, in that room, my TV's anymore, but the PC's the same? No. Damn. You want me to show it on stream, or you prefer it to stay private? That is impressive. Jesus. Basically, you're looking to shame everyone else is what I'm asking. You're gonna shame everyone else, make them feel bad? Why wouldn't you want to feel bad? I mean, this is impressive for sure. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're getting feisty now, like. Okay, now, hear me out. I'm not sure if this will seem awkward or whatever, but what about like an evil control center at Disney or something like that? I'm just saying, like, you got the ears here, you got the face. Huh? Just saying. Now you just need, like, you know, like the evil CEO desk right here. Hear me out. Hey, Jesus Placenta, how's it going? Oh, yeah, we were one of those people, the kick bots. I guess I should add you a friend too if you want. um. Getting spammed over on kick again. You broke the cardinal rule. If you're gonna spam me, you have to at least follow, stupid butt. Be gone from this foul world. I have banned the bot. I feel better about myself now. A hammer emoji it so it knows that it is dead. Has been squished. Wasn't even on Twitch, but I'll still do the big one on here too. So I can gigantify it. Yes. Somebody sent me a pic of a dude with like 15 monitors. I was like, I wish I could just have one of them. I mean, I would probably just have like, you know, eyeballs watching people on the other ones. Actually, you're just playing like what looks like CCTV footage of people in their houses on all the other ones, and someone walks into your room and you just it's like maybe pull like a curtain across like that so they can't see. It'd be like a great little like YouTube short or something like that. Just, let's see what he's doing today. And you see like that, and it's just like literally spying on like everyone. It's like, we'll close the door and see. Have you tried one of them? I named him. Name all to him? No, I just say it. To have that kind of power that you can grossly misuse, that is the true use of power. If you can't grossly misuse it, do you really have power? Seriously. It's a great philosophical question that has to be asked in life. I'm of the opinion you do not, if you cannot abuse it. You can't squish the innocent with your might. What value is it? What is power if not that? Okay. This time, I'm gonna do this in a way that's not stupid. First off, do I already have a text? Maybe I'll do the logo text, I guess. Sure. Last time I put it on the level, and when I updated to the new version of Unreal Engine, it corrupted all the levels. And even deleting it and then re-updating did not work. Fix it. I will not do this again. I will not make this mistake again. That's an urgent limb one there. Sure. One of those things like that. Wait, what? It's this Whimsy 100. It's actually the wrong color. Do I want it to be capsule? I'm gonna move it on to the world and then I'll deal with it. Kerblanc. Originally, I rated the building in such a way that the sign would make sense. Now you just put it up here, I guess. It was originally like not white, so I'll probably not do white. There's the Whimsy Wonders building. I need to make the front of it look cool. I don't have that yet. I should make a whole theme setup here. Yeah. It's about sending a message. Why didn't this just say Whimsy Wonders to start with? It doesn't matter. I guess always the default is nothing, I suppose. Oh yeah, the font I use for this game. Everything uses font. It's just everywhere. Very exciting. That right amount of playful, but still legible. That's very important. The legible thing. You'd be surprised how many fonts people recommend that are just like the worst thing ever, and you're like, I can't see it. What is this? What this? I don't understand. All the Y sticks in there. Oh. Well, I could capitalize it and then it wouldn't stick in there. That's the better plan, I guess. I might change the name from Whimsy Wonder to something else too, but it looks so weird capitalized to me. Oh, it looks so weird capitalized to me. I guess you could run behind the sign. Thankfully, that's a perfect location for the floor anyway. Like, that floor has nothing, no windows to view. Wait, why is it low? I have so many questions. Oh, they're all like that. Oh, you're like slightly too short. You're not at the one. I have questions. I got tired of redoing the building on every map, so that's why it's on its own separate little map. Same thing with the city. It's just so annoying to redo it all. I guess these technically don't really care because I haven't really made these floors yet, so it doesn't make a big difference if I don't do anything with them. Guess I can just raise the whole thing up. Raise the roof, yo. Oh, wait. Every window is separate as well. I don't like that. Why don't we do it in the way that involves the least amount of work by just making this larger? Ah, see? That's the real strategy. And because it's actually off-centered from those, it can actually be, doesn't have to match up perfectly either. Just go right inside it. Disaster averted. And technically I should probably have some sort of like spinning wheels on it too, but then if I do that, that means it's on all the levels. I could put the basement somewhere else too. What I'd probably want to do is actually just expand the size of this, right? All the way down so that it looks like a giant block at the bottom. Which would purely be for the purposes of, you know, making it look good as the little toy model. Right? Because that makes the most sense. Seems like the least amount of work. Number luck? Well, by that standard, well, what standard are we even setting here? Oh, by what standard again? Does the bottom of the basement be right there? Unless I'm having an additional floor below it. Am I? This isn't really much of a floor below it, to be honest. It's actually just a wall, but I basically have fixed this problem by doing that. Accidental genius? Probably, actually. And now it can be a cool little model. With an openable bottom, so you can see, like, you know, the basement. Which would be exactly what you would probably not show the general public, I would assume. Now I kind of regret deleting all those lights, but they're kind of a waste of resources. Also, they need to be much, much weaker on the little model. Yeah, so much better. Now it can be a little tiny model and be not terrible. Of course, these are in awkward locations, blocking things off the pipes, so... the building's going to get changed a bunch. I wasn't too worried about making it look good as a model. So it's actually one of the uglier buildings in the game because of that. Yeah, nice little pedestal. Yeah. Only I've been spawning to do that in the first place. So I guess I never planned to turn it into a building, or turn it into a model, right? And now it lights up even in the dark. Yes, you had a great idea. A great idea indeed. Thank you. Now I need to make it that you can throw little Whimsy Wonders models at things. It's a little big to throw. Usually I have a restrictor that something has to be of a certain size before Poppet can even throw it. If it's like too big, she can't do it. Partially because it's really awkward to carry around some big things. It just hits all the stuff and it doesn't fit anywhere, so it doesn't work very well, but... There you go. That's much nicer. You can buy little mini buildings. I don't know why you would buy a mini copy of the building you're in, but hear me out. You can buy mini buildings. They could even be possessed. And it's already a level instance, which saves so much time. No, yeah, sure. I mean, you know, there could be possessed ones floating around. Oh, go Charlotte. Well, the thing is, Charlotte's supposed to be a secret. They don't advertise that there's a real ghost wandering around. And she only appears at night when the place is closed. Just like all the toys come to life now. Well, it's not really much of an exposing thing. I don't think that, I don't think they would advertise that, you know, she's floating around. Not much of a secret. Like all the little text things are on there because they have the little stupid level block reversibles. Oh, I was gonna swap these out. Technically, this is also optimization too, what I'm doing here as well. Technically. I don't know if he's ended up there because I'm just going to move him back onto the thing. Actually, I'm going to browse to one quick and then I'm going to do it. It would be funny if she was like a little character or something like that. Just faked the thing, or maybe people had like a legend about her being in the thing. I guess. I really don't think they'd merchandise her necessarily. Maybe they would. I don't think so. It'd be really awkward. Maybe. Bouncing ball. Yay. Level instances are significantly more performant, so I highly recommend using them if you can. Oh yeah. I I just make stuff. I'm just used to it. Some of us, we just, we live for the creative life, for certain. I have more of a background in art than I do in coding. I didn't learn any coding until I joined with RPG Maker. I started doing that, and then I was like, oh, I guess I'll learn. Because I didn't have many other options. I should probably put these balls in a basket, shouldn't I? Because they wouldn't just sit there. They'd roll around, right? Let's drag 2 of them onto the thing here. Maybe not to the exact same location. Maybe like a trough to put them in or something. Like, I can make a ball of lag where you just jump into this giant pit of them. I mean, a pit of balls would be cool. The problem is they're all physics objects, so... But I could get rid of these lame tables here, because the tables, you know, I mean, it's just a table. They're the most boring object in the game. I get rid of them all the time. But they're like the first thing I slap in every new area because I don't know what I'm going to put there, so I put a table instead.
It's true.
I guess I could make my own custom one for this too. I guess this has a wood lamp. The only thing that sucks is I have to use the same red material for everywhere I want you to grab. Because, quite simply, well, otherwise I have to explain to the player why they can only grab certain things. Now you know this is the one thing you can grab. I tell you this is what you can grab. Oops. Oops. That was going up. Apparently it wasn't. Moving on up. Moving on up. Well, then it'll have an Empress plant you can grow. But there's already a pathway of this to this. Use those to get up here, and then I could grow a plant here. I can move the shelf down here, I guess. I don't know why the shelf would be super high anyway, right? Let's just put them at the same. I like it when there's little pathways between the shelves, and since this is a store, there's an excuse to have a lot of shelves. Right? Like, there's just no reason I wouldn't have a crap ton of shelves in a store. But the shelves need to be accessible, so this can't be too far out. Oh, let's just send the table away. Exactly. That's what all these ended up being, just display shelves. It was like, cool, neat. Held up by these other things. Yeah, see, yeah. I usually put more than one way to get up. I don't know why there'd even be a plant here, but this also falls into the I just stuff them places so I can use them as generic ways to get places. Though technically you could just get places here. So it wouldn't be that hard. But they'd also realistically be able to reach this without kicking this, I assume. So this can't really be any thicker than probably that dresser there. Another thing that I like to usually remove from levels because it's not that interesting to have them everywhere. They're fun occasionally. But beyond that, they're not that great. Well, Poppet can grab a chair. Let's move a chair over by it so I get a better. I'm going to grab it. Duplicate the chair and move it over here. Poppet can grab that chair, which means that I don't want this to be much taller than the chair. And I'm going to put a level block traversable on top of it, so that's probably acceptable height right here. Sure. Dupe it. And then let's do two. I'll shrink them all by about the same, I assume. Then we'll make this like too tall, so it's really tall intentionally. I almost want it to have a little more, little less width to it. And obviously less height. Kind of like one of those things that looks deeper than it is, essentially. Because I don't want to have to put like a million balls in here, by the way. But I want enough that it looks like there's a lot of balls in here. So if I just fake it till I make it, it'll be good. I turned the negative space today. Oh, yeah. That takes so long to select all adjacent surfaces right now. What were we talking about the other day when they brought the negative space thing? I have the worst memory, by the way. It's just the worst. I won't lie to people. My memory is awful. Because using these little geometry brushes... Oh yeah, building out of cube? Yeah. I do that a fair amount. Let's use the geo brushes to make everything, and this whole building was made with them, so they're... Thank you, then filling in with the negative space. Yeah. Some of the other rooms I did were like that, where they were just literally an empty... I just took a cube and started hollowing it out. I later decided I didn't like that method particularly because if you ever had to make changes, you had to make changes to the whole thing or like redo it. The other thing is for collision purposes, regular walls have better collision than these giant buildings where you have to have that complex collision. Yeah. But my early experiments did involve that. And I still kind of sort of do it here. But like when I make weird domes and things like this, where I just employ a thing where I simply make a sphere and then a smaller sphere inside it that's negative and then a hole in the side. But the more complicated is, the less I do it. I mean, I did it with these floor things here, but I regret that in a lot of instances, though I did just redo them and have the same problem. So... And you also need to merge them at some point, because if you leave them as geo brushes, they have horrific performance. Like right now, there's so many brushes on this map, and these things get progressively worse because they magnify each other. So I need to go through and actually clean all these out and convert them into what I want. They are bad news. But whenever I'm redesigning, I don't care too much. Is this wide enough for Poppet? Actually, this isn't even by the wall yet. Whatever, it can be a little farther, like, be a little smaller than the dresser here. Actually, no, it's still about the size of the dresser. Yeah, it's a little smaller. Yeah, GeoBrushes are one of the main reasons I picked up Unreal Engine, because I saw that the ability to essentially make all the assets I wanted in the engine, thus saving a disgusting amount of money. I didn't see this functionality in Unity. Maybe they have it and I just couldn't find it, but just the ability to just make these things, like now I don't have to find any kind of weird trough to hold the balls. I can just make one for myself. This is probably fine to run around on. Any issue with making walls in Unity when they intersect each other and the color and shape started giving it look like a portion of them was tearing? Oh. Yeah. Unity's it's really not a good 3D engine. It's just not really meant for it. It's got 3D support, but you know, you could paint a skyscraper with a paintbrush if you really wanted, and like, you know, a rope and, you know, weird pulley system. Or you could not do that because that sounds awful. And that's kind of like what using Unity for 3D is, right? Like, it's really good for 2D, and then because Unreal doesn't do true 2D. Like, you can fake 2D, but it's always 2D in a 3D world. Unreal's like using a rocket ship to, you know, visit your neighbor's house when you're doing 2D with it. Like, you could, but I gross misuse of power, right? Pretty much my recommendation order is like Unreal, Unity, and then Godot being the last one on the list. I found out that Godot doesn't really provide security as far as your people being able to just steal your stuff. From a video of a guy whose game got stolen. I was like, whoa. You mean the reason I dropped RPG Maker? Also, the game wasn't very good. Yeah, it's like, so, like, that seems pretty important, but I think it's one of those compile at runtime issues where it's pretty much impossible to protect it, because if you do, then you have to encrypt the crap out of it, but then your performance eats it, so it's a rough road there. I don't think I'm interested in that. If you don't care about your game being stolen, hey, sure, whatever, you know, but listen, I'm not going through all this effort. But also, I mean, if you're doing 3D, you should be using Unreal. Like, it's just, it doesn't have a comparison in the industry at this point. Not an accessible one. Like, sure, there's like, you know, proprietary engines that are as good, but you don't have access to those, so who cares? And if you do, then why are we having this discussion? Why not just use it? Ball holder, I guess? Whatever, sure. I'm not gonna spend long thinking about some sort of a name for something that's just a... Hey Minoshi, how's it going? Oh god. You get all excited and then someone spams you on Kick with their dumb kick fam thingy. And then gets banned immediately before they even finish. And then gets a banhammer emoji. I wish Kick would let me gigantify things. Actually, wait. Not those. You can modify an emoji. Supposedly you can modify it. Alright, anyway. I'll just gigantify it and move on. Gotta hammer those emojis. I mean, they're just fun. So I got my trough. I need to give it collision. I've just long since learned that there's no such thing as, you know, it figuring out the collision for me, and I don't feel like making it, so yeah, whatever. In most cases, complex collision's not that bad on these because there are so few shapes on them that who cares? Alright. Alright, balls. Come here for a second. I don't know if this... Wait a minute. Oh, I know what happened. I still had this selected when I did that. I decided to cut those ones. I was like, no, it fell through the world. Where'd it go? Hey, 2XP, how's it going? This is probably a nightmare waiting to happen, but listen. It has to be. Don't question. Whoa, 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 whoa. Feisty there, bucko. I'm not sure this is a good thing to have because falling in here might be really bad news for Poppet. It's going to beach demo, first thing going on in the world. Nice, congratulations. Quite the step. Well done, well done. How am I doing? Great. As you said, I'm playing with my balls. And there's people watching. Now you gotta ask yourself the question, who's the weird one in this? The guy playing with his balls for everyone to see, or the people watching him play with his balls for everyone to see? Important questions have been asked this day. That's right. Oh, that's right. The stupid, the blurps are broken. I would have played one of them for that, but they're broken at the moment because something's wrong with the blurp site. Opportunity missed. Weird is okay. That's what I told law enforcement. Nothing. They were not as welcoming. I kid, of course. Just in case people haven't figured that out. They're always welcome to come over and watch me play with them. Nothing. Bye. You have to be able to grab these, otherwise it's there likely won't be a way out. I didn't make it as long as it needed to be. Actually, I just flubbed everything on this one. Who am I kidding? I might add more balls to this in a second. I might actually try to find another ball too. I also kind of want the balls to, you know, deflate a bit when you hit them, like. But I don't know if that would even look that good because they really have to deflate in a specific direction, and I don't know if the direction they would deflate would be always what you hit. So it might look really weird. I want to be 100% honest on that one. It might look weird. Should be doing this in the light. I don't want to do this in the dark. I'm a terrible person. All right, into the ball pit. Where no FPS will go. I have so many things open on my computer at this point. I'd be surprised if there's any FPS at all. It is like a billion degrees in here though. It's true. Whee! Ball pitch, yay! Balls everywhere. Oh, I hate that those block. I need to fix that. It shouldn't block the camera. I was enjoying the ball pit, and then these things had to screw it up. Damn. See what I gotta deal with here? Do you see what I've gotta deal with here? Oh my god. Doesn't exactly show the little particle, does it? But they are fun to throw around. Yup. And this is why we love Unreal Engine, because you can do dumb crap like this. And it serves no function at all. I was right to make this about this height though. Yeah, I really... So you can just jump out actually. Let's just add more, just so we can get the full ball pit feel here. Okay, listen, that's way too fast for this tiny little space. Oh, you know what I need to right here? Let me add this to my list of things I need to make. Delete all those, I don't need those. We need like, you know, like what, price signs or something like that? Price sale signs, I guess. Right, just like a little mini store thingy, like a little souvenir shop type of setup. I do still have to make those things float, by the way. Not looking forward to that, because I'm gonna have to probably pull in that crappy water thing I have, and it's not very performant. And change out how my water works to work with that. But let's be real here, especially with the rubber duckies. If you throw a rubber ducky in the water and it doesn't float, man, that's almost worthy of returning a game on Steam. Seriously, like what the hell? Some men just want to watch the world burn and all that. That's pretty much what we're talking there. That's not okay. Also, while I'm at it, I'm tempted to replace this magic glow with something else, but at the same time I kind of don't want to, because I'll have to change it on every single thing that uses it. And hear me out, that's a lot of work. That's not too bad. I can do 6 or something, still bigger. Five's probably fine. Fix the duckies too. Mostly just off base a bit, that's all. Otherwise, looks perfect. These ones off too? Maybe. Kinda. Wonder why they're off. That's weird. That one is. Come here, little light. I'm gonna put you here just so I can bounce around in the balls. More fun. Have more fun with it. Okay. Now I can play around the balls without having to worry about the light issue. That one's sticking through that thing a little bit. Oops. Yay! Oh, but they don't squeak. When I bump them, they only squeak when I hit them. They don't really launch them. So far, Justice has the most pleasant thing. I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that? Huh. All right, duckies, this is a holdup. Ah. Does it further the gameplay? No. Is it necessary? Yes. I feel as though that was a success. Well, these aren't even H loaded yet either. Well, well, well. Imagine not H loading all this stuff. Oh, but they're not all the same ones. Those aren't even those. Just the bouncing balls are fine. Really? I don't know which fort we're talking about. Probably just the first floor, but just in case. Yeah. Like how the Bouncing Duckies was accidentally misnamed, and then I renamed the right thing, but it doesn't change the names on here, so they're all just misspelled. I kept duplicating it over and over and over, and I don't care enough to change it, so here we are. Doing here we are things. It really is about sending a message. I don't know what the message is, but we're sending it. Full send. Oh yeah. You know, I could level instance the balls in a thingy, and it would be more performant if I had a bunch of them. Because I want a bunch of ball pits. I don't think I need a bunch of ball pits. I think it kind of loses its charm after the first one, but it is important. Anyone who says different, they're just not cool. They're not my friend. I don't like them. Technically, I probably have more shelves, honestly. Something like that. Oh. Yeah, don't do that. Clicky off. I clicky twice, that's stupid. I gotta turn the lights back on, it's hard to tell exactly where they're at. Oops. Oh yeah, look. Like I was still off. Oh no, it's just a text thingy. I don't know if I've left that text thingy. It's not useful in any way, shape, or form. Oh, it's actually in the wall. I thought it wasn't even at the wall. That is an incorrect assessment. I could make custom shells for you too. I guess I'm just deleting these and just adding them in. I'd rather just drag down and save myself the effort on positioning them again. Yeah, I think the spectacle rooms will be much more limited. I kind of like having some simple rooms too. Like there will be spectacle rooms, but I don't mind the amount of time I'm putting in the play room because it's effectively a boss fight, and you know, boss fights can take weeks. That one's much easier because I don't have to program a lot of AI for it. So that's a spectacle, but it's a boss, so I don't mind. Technically, there's quite a few boss fights in the game. Because I figured it out for having regular amounts of bosses, and then I added in all the Charlotte fights on top of it, so... Well, the game's really... Fight's such a strong word. You're mostly running away the whole time. Don't really think that's much of a fight. Maybe if you like French, it's a fight or something, but for everyone else, it's not really much of a fight. I actually don't think I need this potted plant here, do I? Because it's like, they wouldn't really have a potted plant there. It would look weird. But they could have another Whimsy Wonders toy. I don't think you can make this jump, though. Now I feel like I need to make the building more ornate. Damn. That also lets you see kind of what the building looks like that you're in, too. Yeah, you're not gonna make that. But I could just have some cubes. People, they could just sell cubes, and you could just pick the cubes up and drag them over here. Sure, the FPS is hot garbage right now. But if I close out all the extra content windows, you know, it's sitting in the upper 30s. That's not bad. I mean, you gotta remember that I am streaming and the game's not packaging, so it's running Unreal Engine on top of it, but when you factor in those, it's not that bad. I have questions about what happened to the balls. It's like they got H-loaded out or something. I might want to put them in there because then it could, when they H-load that out, it could just not vanish them, I guess. They might have fallen through the building. Or fallen inside of this. They probably did fall inside of this, honestly.
You're going the wrong way. The airship's shadow stitched my dreams to the airship sails and all around the sky. I saw the dream just to betray and scream. Why are you trying to dynamite? I'm not talking to me. Stole my shadow.
That was depressing. I want to go play in the ball pit. It's in my toy room. Oh, I can put dice in here too. Well, you're not even on there. I wonder I can't grab it. Not dumb. Okay, so maybe they're just missing permanent or something like that. I was like way off of this. This is why I don't like designing in the dark, because things never come out right size. It's pretty hard to tell. But no, the level instance idea might not be bad. I could have 2 of them at least. Or put them all over the place, just ball pits. Including tiny versions of the ball pits. Oh, shit. Tiny ball pit. Hear me out. Tiny ball pit. Well, the FPS isn't all that bad in here. I mean, we're sitting in the 30s. In their physics nightmare. I mean, that's just a lot, right? I thought these would be like, you know, really heavy, but they're kind of not. But to be fair, level instancing is just OP when it comes to these things. We're making a mess. But I want to keep one and name it. We will call this one Steve. No reason, just Steve. And ban the kick bot. Squished. Bad kick bot. Bad. No. I guess level instancing is not a bad idea because I don't have to worry about the balls falling out of the thing. Well, like not falling out, but just being despawned or falling through this thing, because this thing despawns first and spawns back in a weird order. Yeah, because at a distance it messes it up. But only those ones. Why? That food's starting to sound up pretty good. I'll probably still go like 8 hours. After that, I'll probably roll out. But that's still like 42 minutes from now or so. Started a bit late anyway. Slowly getting my schedule to where it's, you know, I'm a morning person. Well, I'll never be a morning person, but pretending. You gotta think about food you're fasting? That's fair. Well, the last time I eat in a day is usually around 10 p.m. and then I don't eat until around 7 a.m. And then whenever I stream, I usually don't eat for like another 8 hours in between. And I usually only eat like 2 meals anyway. Yeah. Because it's just not a lot of time. You love early morning though? Oof. I've just always been a night person for my whole life, and now I'm not. Because it's very inconvenient for, well, regular work and, well, mostly just regular work, like, and anything else you want to do in life. Wasn't so bad when I was not staying up all night. I could get up earlier in the day, but I'd stream till like 7 or 8 in the morning and then just pass out. It's just, time I woke up, it'd be like between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. It'd be no time left. Doing 12 right now. Not bad. 12-hour increments. I mean, a lot of times when I would stream at night, I would actually effectively fast for most of the day because I would eat all of my meals within like a 6 to 8 hour window. And then I'd just go the rest of the hours not eating because I'd start streaming in the middle of the night and then I'd go to fall asleep right afterwards. And if I stream for like 8, 10, 12 hours or whatever, sleep for like 6 to 8 hours, suddenly it's like practically fasted most of the day anyway. Streaming really helps because, you know, when you're occupied doing something, it's a lot easier to not eat food, right? Yeah, that's how I keep my girlish figure, you know? That's right. Trying to get back to yours? Yeah, that's fair. Hey, you don't recognize it till it's gone. You'll never be the prettiest belle at the ball ever again, but you can try. Have some Where Are They Now story or something like that. About how you're just not the belle of the ball anymore. Oh, I was going to do something with those and then I forgot. That's start time there, bucko. That's a long time. Yeah, they just vanish at a distance, but it's only some of them, and that time one of those balls stayed, so. Side the new person, yup. There's rare times you get to see Poppet in the light. Also jiggle physics. They're almost too good. She wouldn't even jiggle like that, to be fair, but I don't care. Also, her outfit's a little messed up on the back. I'm too lazy to deal with it. Mostly I don't want to redo the whole outfit just for that. No, actually I could probably fix that a little bit. I think it's a cloth physics issue. Also, it's going through her leg a bit too. Well, yeah, the balls require force, but Poppet on the other hand does not. Boing! Bounce a lot there. Yay! I can change the physics to whatever number I want. I just thought they were funny. That's because I increased her breast size at some point because, well, why not? You're gonna have doll, like dolls always have like unrealistic proportions. That's the whole point, right? You're gonna have a female doll and she's got like, you know, not unrealistic proportions. Are we high? That's not what we do, right? He should probably have a thing on top, a giant level block reversible. No, how do you get back to the quest? I don't even know what would do that at this point. I mean, maybe just start standing around like that. Still gotta go to her to stop trying to kill her. Her hair tries to strangle her all the time, it's weird. I've never figured out why. It's even using her physics thing, so it should be perfectly fine. It worked fine when it was on her, but now that I'm attaching it, it's less good. I can add it on there though. Yep. I mean, you do a camera angle thing. You never seen like the crouching too many times thing? Boing. Yep, too much bounce. Boing. Boing. To be completely fair, I don't think she would bounce even one bit because she's the same sack material, just a filled sack material, so she's not even like She wouldn't actually bounce. Getting caught in the act? Maybe. Sure. Maybe an achievement. Something like that. Maybe. I mean, I have a female character. If I'm not making use of like sex appeal, I don't know what I'm doing with my time. Stupid not to. Especially for a doll character who's supposed to actually be, you know, shaped like she's attractive. I mean, she's still a doll at the end of the day, so there's a limit to how attractive she can ever truly be, but you already have to deal with all the problems of a female character. And let me tell you, there's a lot. It starts with their hair being longer on average, them having way more ornate outfits that often drape and fly all over the place, them being, you know, more rounded, so the outfits don't fit them very well, and things tend to pop through in weird places. Speaking of which, you know, breasts on models are not soft, incidentally. They go right through surfaces, in case you need those moments. There's a lot, whereas guys are basically a box. So it's like super easy to do them. They usually have short hair. Their clothing is usually as nondescript. Hell, half the time you can just paint their clothing on the body. As long as you don't include their junk, it doesn't matter. With a woman, it doesn't quite work so easily. Clothing doesn't quite paint on the body so well. I guess you could technically paint it, but then like the breasts would still be like, you know, spheres that are there, right? Like it wouldn't just... It would still have the whole outline if you just painted the body. It'd be a lot like those women who, like, you know, paint, that walk around naked but paint their skin to look like clothing. It'd be just like that, which would be weird. Same thing with their backside. You know, it would just be... It'd be about the most sexual thing out there. It would not... It'd be distracting, essentially. Yeah, body paint. So... You run into a lot of problems with them. I like to say that whoever did Aerith for the Final Fantasy VII Remake is basically a collision god. Because, like, she's got the longest dress imaginable. She's got the longest hair possible. She wields a staff just to flex a little harder. I'm like, holy crap. You're a monster. Why? Why would you do this? Twitch is Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is... Man. The things that Twitch allows and the things they don't. And it's definitely about that. I remember when they allowed pornography briefly. Oh my god. All you had to do was go to the, like, just chatting things, and that was just pure porn for like a couple days. And then they quickly undid that because they didn't want to make a ruling, you know. They didn't want to hurt their OF girls, basically. Rather than call them out like, oh no, sex is fine as long as it's artistic. And yeah, that was, yeah, about that. It was funny. 10 out of 10. These vanish. But yep, sex sells. It really does. But I think they're gonna sit there and walk the line as long as possible until the advertisers all pull out and they're forced to change things. Actually, we're gonna see a pretty big change on Twitch coming up because after the Charlie Kirk thing, like the head of Twitch, the head of Discord, and Gavin from Steam, they're all getting they all have to talk in front of Congress about it. So you better believe Twitch is probably going to do some pretty extreme stuff in short order at that point. So, we're about to see what happens. Hey, Innsbruck, how's it going? Just in time. Oh, I doubt that. That porn's harder to get. I doubt that entirely. Mostly they were dealing with extremists like that, but the problem is you know, like allowing people like Hassan to be on this platform is dude's just breaking laws. They have to talk about that. The pornography is not a problem here or anything like that. Like, that's not why they're getting pulled in front of Congress. But I think there's going to be a pretty big crackdown on political stuff on here for certain. Oh yeah, well, Texas did that, but not all the places do that. Oh yeah, I guess he's gonna... I assume both of them will... I think that they'll finally have to, you know, kick them off the platform, even though they should have been banned ages ago for breaking the TOS countless times. But I think once they're dragged in front of Congress, that Amazon's going to get enough heat from it that they're going to make Twitch do something. What that is, we shall see. Big bot in a row on kick over there. Nice. Not with Amazon to keep them on here? Yeah, like at some point, you know, like Amazon has a valuable business and Twitch doesn't make money. So the hammer will come down. I wonder if the guy running it gets fired. Just outright. Dan Clancy, I believe is his name. The guy running Twitch. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. That's some pretty bad thing for, you know, Amazon's advertisers and like, be like, hey, wait a minute. You're letting what happen? Holy crap. So it'll be interesting to see for certain. I don't think I blocked the portal on these. The only thing that sucks is, you know, anyone who's a smaller creator is probably going to feel it worse than they are. Because, you know, if ad prices get hurt for us, he doesn't care. He's got millions, but... To be fair, it's not like I make that much in ads, so it's not like I'm like destitute. I don't live off this by any stretch. Instead of getting $1 a day, I'll probably get like 30 cents, you know? Like, hey, less money for the game is bad. I guess to be fair, the ads paid $1.18 yesterday, and $1.49 for Turbo, so like $2.67, huh? I'm told the ads used to pay money in the past. That is not now. But advertisers don't like it when that kind of stuff's on there, so Adpocalypse again, probably. Okay, it's pushing don't do drugs ads. I see. I mean, drugs are they're bad, okay? Just saying. My advice is deport all the people doing drugs. Perfect. Nope. I don't even know if they're actually citizens. Whatever, just deport them anyway. Just be like, listen, we put a bunch of drugs for free in Mexico. It's all yours. Just go get it and get it. Yeah, it costs a crap load of money. People like Hassan Asmongold to stream. Yeah, but the thing about Asmongold is Asmongold doesn't monetize his streams. So it's actually just costing them a fortune. Whereas, you know, Hassan does, so they make money off Hassan. They just purely lose money off Asmongold. He showed how much more money he makes on Kick anyway. And to be fair, that's true. Yeah, like Kick pays 95% of a sub to the streamer, and when you're like an affiliate like me, you get like 50% of a sub on Twitch. So he, like, when people sub to him, he gets so much money on there, and he probably has a better deal than I would get. Plus, he also gets ad money, but you have to be literally partner levels in order to get ad money on there. So you have to have a concurrent average of 75 viewers to get ad money on Kick. He ain't getting ad money on Kick. It's hard. Doesn't say 2% of population cause 8% of problems. Fair. The amount of people who are like, you know, repeat offenders is very high. Now, I just had a simple plan that would work great and would be perfectly legal for dealing with a problem like that. Pick a country, probably some third world country. We'll just say somewhere in Africa. There's plenty of places in Africa nobody likes. We make a deal with them. Be like, hey, we'll give you some money. You know, like whatever, sure. And we're going to set up a prison there. It's going to be a nice prison. It's going to be great. We're not going to make, it's not going to be a bad place to be at all. And we send criminals there. And the rule is very simple. If you stay and serve your entire sentence there, you may return to the US. But at any point, you may opt to leave and relinquish your US citizenship. If you do, you go free. We'll have a deal where they just become a citizen of that country, and that's it. These people will be so short-sighted, the odds that they just leave immediately, and it'll have been their choice. Right? And then that third world country can deal with them. And those people are going to quickly discover that life in that third world country is real bad. So, but we're not letting them back in. Like, once you leave, you leave. We're Mr. Beasting them, essentially, is what's happening. If Mr. Beast ran a prison. Perfectly legal. If they don't want to, they don't got to stay. Ain't no one forcing no one.
Oh, yeah, open up the level itself. Let them. It'll be glorious. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Send them away. And like I say, they just have to serve their sentence and they come back. Nothing's stopping them. You want to serve your sentence? Go ahead. That's fine. Sure. You do you, boo. I'm down if they're down. Maybe they will. I don't know. There's plenty of people in those countries that actually breed quite a bit, so. It's saying it's not the best, yeah. Well, I'm sure that they go over there and then they'll become just like them. You know, you pretty much become a lot like the place you live, right? You're surrounded by enough, you know, crappy people and you tend to start doing crappy things yourself. Not always, but, you know. I imagine if you spend your time in a third world country, it'll change your priorities real fast. It will not be pleasant, no. Why are these despawning? The duckies don't. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to realize the people who are assimilating are those are the kind of people who act just like them, so they'd assimilate really well with the kind of people who act just like them.
you know, a lot of crime goes on in those places, and these people are criminals. So hey, you know, I mean, obviously they're a criminal. We just sent them to a prison over there, so they're obviously a criminal. So okay, all right. I'm just saying, you know. I am more than happy to foot the bill for a trip for them to a third world country. Hell, if they want, like, if we could set up a deal for them to get citizenship, I would let them pick their third world country that they could go to if they left that prison. No problem. Plane ticket's not that expensive. They're upkeeping that prison way more expensive. 10 out of 10 would send them to the third world country of their choice. No, I can't. This doesn't even have. Oh, I know it does have all this. Keep the ducky one off to the side. I should message, you know, some politicians my prison plan, see if they do it. They might. I'd be down. I don't need credit. I'm more than happy for them to just do it. And it's totally humane because, you know, they choose to leave. They don't have to leave. They can stay. Nice prison. Not gonna make it crappy. Nope, nope. But unlike with Mr. Beast, you don't get a disgusting amount of money for making it through. You just get to come back. It's fair to me. I wonder why the balls were vanishing, but not the duckies. They have the exact same tags. I have so many questions. So I'll remember the ultralight thingy. Well, that's just it. I think that they might be. Well, they wouldn't fall out of the building. They would fall into the thing itself. They wouldn't fall out of the building, though, because the building is on a much longer H load. And the thing is you're within range of the building the whole time. Because the building would vanish all at once. But the box they were in, however, was H-loaded separately, too. So that can vanish and they can reappear and get them stuck in there. But I didn't see it vanish. That was the thing. I was watching it, and the balls vanished, but not it. I forgot these. My bad. Hold, please. This is a common problem. It's a really big problem that the H-load causes. And I see why a lot of these, you know, crappy AAA companies don't bother to properly do their things because they're, well, one, probably too stupid. But now, you know, you hire third world labor, you know about that. But it's actually a lot of work to make it do what it's supposed to. Like, open world levels are very, very obnoxious. There's upside to them for certain, but there is a real downside. Real downside. And much of it's going to happen when you have to deal with the fact that things load in whatever order they feel like it. So if you have things in bad locations, you're not going to like what happens. Things ain't going to go your way. Nah, man, nah. I wonder if the balls are inside of their balls and that's why they vanished? No, because when they're near each other, they didn't do that. I wish I had a third ball, but I don't. Oh, I should have deleted this first. Ball pits, ball pits. I need to make the optimization video where I just explain the 3 techniques you need to optimize Unreal Engine. And if you do these 3 things, your FPS will be pretty good just by itself. Obviously, if you know, there's still some things that, well, actually, no, it fixes most problems. There's really the three things. Obviously, if you put like 10,000 physics objects, at some point there is a cap in what you can put in a space. H-load system helps though, but there really is a cap. Still. If you do them, it will be good. Shift N never puts it where it's supposed to be. Doesn't work like that, whatever. Well, the thing about stuff like Call of Duty is, if it didn't keep selling, they wouldn't keep making it, yeah? So, I mean, like, there's a group of people who argue that you should just give people what they want. Like, unique is not always better. And they're right, unique is not always better, but unfortunately, the AAA companies believe that unique is terrible. Recycle mapping hackers, yeah. The thing is stuff like what I'm doing is taking a chance, taking a risk that, hey, you know, maybe it works out, but there's no inbuilt, you know, user base for what I'm doing versus what they're doing is clearly, you know, people like that because it's obvious. Did you play it? Are the casuals? They don't care about the issues as? Yeah. They buy a bunch of skins? Yep. Microtransactions, people love to bitch about them. But if people weren't buying them, then they would stop putting them in games. It's because people won't stop buying them that, of course, they are still here. So, you know. Not much you can do about it other than, well, I mean, at some point, if they get egregious enough, eventually people do rebel, but then they just kind of backtrack it a little and then run it right back to kind of where it was. So it's just like, well, it's not as bad now, we sort of did something, and then yeah, but I won't purchase any microtransaction crap ever. So I also play free-to-play games because I hate the model. They're designed to annoy you into giving them money. Yeah, why would the store ever be broken? That's dumb. What are we, Fab? Fab. Jesus Christ, the Fab release was the worst store release I've ever seen in my life. Balls everywhere, but I need to run away from the balls here. Now, like, when the Fab thing happened released, like, it was missing features like a wish list. Okay, you can't have a wish list, that's fine. So we lost all the wish lists, sure. It was also missing the ability to put products on sale. Like, you could list it for a price, but there was no actual functionality to have a sale. Oh, did you want to search the products? Oh, well, you see, that was another functionality that was not included as well. And then they added their search functionality, and it was so bad that they might as well not have bothered. So, I mean, you know, I forgot all the things that were... There was so much wrong with it when it came out. The thing was flooded with AI crap. Thankfully, they have a feature that you can just toggle on where you never see AI stuff, so I just turned that on. I'm not buying someone's AI model, sorry, no. If I want to use that, I'll make one myself. It's very easy. So that was bad. Forgot all, I'd have to look back at all the problems. It was so bad that the head of Epic publicly apologized for how bad it was. I mean, you know something is bad if a corporation is willing to apologize about it. Hear me out. Yeah. Like, it was so bad that it was just... the hell. And the worst part was they already had the Unreal Marketplace.
It was already integrated with their thing. Everything was perfect. And all that Fab does different is it has a category for selling stuff for Unity and one for selling things that's not related to anything. They could have just added those to the Unreal Marketplace. They didn't need, and they could have renamed it to Fab. That's all they wanted to do. It gained no functionality at all. Complete garbage. Oh, they had to redo the plugin that imports stuff directly from Fab over to the Stu? For reasons? I don't know. They were dumb. Nobody was happy about what they did. I can have ball pits everywhere, but I only really need one ball pit. I just put it as a level instance for funsies. I could put a ball pit somewhere else, let you jump around in it. But it's one of those things that's probably only fun every once in a blue moon, and I probably never want it another time. Like, yeah, I could put a ball pit in here. Okay. Hear me out. I know there's one later. But if early on in the game I give them a ball pit to play with, you know people are going to be excited by the ball pit. Right? Like, we don't have to pretend that they're not going to like the ball pit. We just drop one right here. Drop it like it's hot. Oh, no, I guess I can't do that. You'd be able to grab. Well, there's no grab option on that. But you got to make the first rooms the most fun. So, well, the problem is the first room introduces the game. So the second room needs to have the ball pit. With no other function than yay ball pit. People have to be able to walk through this room is the rule. Nothing else matters as long as people can walk through the room. I also don't really like the dilapidated stuff very much. I kind of want to fix it up so nothing is dilapidated in this place. Because why would it be dilapidated? That's the thing. There's a conflicting art style that went on in this game, and it came about because of the originally it was going to be like a warehouse on the outskirts of town that nobody visited. And the whole game was dilapidated to start with. Then I realized I couldn't find the assets to make that happen. Because steampunk assets are rare to start with, and finding ones that are all beat up is even worse. And so I had to opt for a different strategy. I need 2 copies of these. I need one that's metal if I put it in here. But before I do that, if someone like Markiplier ever plays this, you know 100% he's going to play in the ball pit. This is important. FPS is trash for the moment for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I have a bunch of crap open too, so as long as that crap is open, it's going to give me trash performance. Let me close out all that crap. Yeah, and that improves the performance a lot. It's still pretty bad in here. Also, the lights are on, which is not helpful. Oh, but now the thingy's in here. I didn't set it where they can't spawn in here. You can't make that jump, that's fine. What NVIDIA plugin are we talking about? We can't really attack you in here because of the balls. They're blocking the shots, so it would be kind of not necessary or useful for that to be there. I also could put this somewhere else too. I'm half tempted to put it somewhere else.
Because I could put a tent over here instead of having that here, which would probably be more fitting. I've been using these tents because these tents are easier to go in and out of. Well, actually, that's not true, but these tents have little ropes all over them, so that's kind of annoying. Well, I guess I could dupe the ball pit and then... go a little to town with that. Actually, do I have metal or... No, I can just like polka dots. Dots. You'll do. Unfortunately, it being level instance won't really help here. So I'll have to do another one, but whatever. Which is ball, huh? Random message thingies. Do that real fast. Gives me the option to disable the ball, like, you know, spawn-in thingy. Because you're never summoning the balls. So the little portals seem kind of unnecessary. Low level. Probably end up calling the stream relatively soon. We're at almost 8 hours. Food sounding real good about now. Real good indeed. Well, I accomplished important things today. Ball pit. Sand. That took forever to load that, it is. There's a certain point where Unreal Engine starts to get finicky if I don't restart it. It's usually about 6 hours, and after that, the performance starts to degrade a fair amount. Sometimes it just crashes and forces that restart, in which case, you know, whatever. It hasn't crashed for a while, though, so... I guess that's an upside, but it's not much of an upside when you use it as a means of refreshing things. Sure, I could just do it, but eh. Hear me out, I didn't. That's my explanation, and I'm sticking to it. I plan on having all kinds of dumb toys for people to play with that don't actually affect the game at all. Honestly, if I wasn't doing tarot cards, I would have just made her use all toys as weapons. Which would have probably been cooler in a way. But I don't see how she's going to win a fight with a bunch of toys, you know? I don't see she's going to beat any of the bosses like that. I mean, like, you know. Yeah. Like, any real conflict, I don't see how she wins with toys. You know, other than the boss fights, the entire game feels so different for this chapter. Because I've been adding so much and changing things around. But it's like, cool, man, but nothing feels the same anymore. Weep. Yeah, they're spawning it. No, God. What happened? I gotta remove that thing that's causing him to say their name too. While I'm remembering to do that. Ball pit, ball pit, ball pit. I could add metal around the bottom too, so it looks like it's a little nicer. Yeah, I know the splines have problems. That's another thing that needs to be optimized. Take all the splines and turn them into static meshes. That process takes so long. There'll probably be a stream or two where that's all I do. Just the optimization streams. I mean, the FPS goes up by a disgusting amount when you do that. I'm going to end up moving these later, but I don't care right now. Not sure what to do with them yet, but I need... that Puppet Master. So it stops flashing that message over and over. There you are. I like that from hours ago. Technically, I could have a second one of these if I wanted, but not many places I can put it. If only it fit over here. I could make a smaller one, I guess. Yeah, it ain't fitting over there. Not much does fit there. But I don't really want a safe zone there. I don't want to explain a safe zone right now. Not really on like that. It's too much to talk about too quickly. Also, the safe zones are... I really only want them where Charlotte's around anyway. Yeah, the rooms are getting pretty cool. I do think the ball pit will be fun in there. And potentially I just move these somewhere else. That's... The problem is I need something here to jump into. So I need some sort of thing to stand on in front of that, but not one you can get from here, so you have to go around. Otherwise it's awkward and weird, and I don't know why you would do it. I might still hand out a tarot card for like jumping here, but then if I wanted to have an active ability too, so I don't know if I want to give out another active that quickly. I don't know. Something to think about. Yeah, I'll just leave them here and figure out what I'm doing later. Though they don't look very good in comparison to these, so like they don't fit. Neither do these ticket things, though. They could be probably repurposed to be better, I think. Can they? Oh yeah, because well, no, these like least the multiple things that kind of suck, so you could actually replace them probably pretty easily if you wanted. So I could still recycle the same stuff, I just would need ones the other fabric, but that's like next week. It's not gonna do that right now. Alright. People are watching people. I can actually read people out too. Cool. Anyway, I'll call it, so I'll wave goodbye to the people on YouTube and Kick. And if anyone doesn't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wish this on Seymour, don't. Thanks for watching just the same. I'll be back like 3 days from now, about 8 hours earlier than this then. Yeah. Unless I get feisty and stream over the weekend, but I do have a regular job, so you know. We'll see how feisty I get. Hey, Home Victor. How's it going? Been watching about you? Yeah, I've been going like 8 hours already. I'm kind of hungry. I kind of switched to being more of an early morning streamer because I can't be up all night. It just works for my life. It doesn't. Sad. Maybe more often I'll start streaming a little later in the evening, potentially. Not today though. No. Today I have stuff that must be done. But yeah, anyway. Bye bye people, YouTube on Kick. And